Chapter 2287. But Wang Jiuyang had already reached into his waist and crushed a purple-black gourd hanging from his belt. The gourd shattered, and a large amount of sand gushed out from within. As the sand blew, the space where Su Yu, the gentle-looking man, and Wang Jiuyang were standing was blown away, so much so that a large area of nothingness was emptied. Endless power of nothingness surged in, engulfing the vast snowfield. Under the sweeping of the sand, the space and people were instantly blown out of the sleepless empire and into the territory of the Bright Palace. This place was not far from the border, and there were many military camps dotted nearby. Tens of thousands of Bright Palace soldiers were training in the military camps. Whoosh, the wind blew, and the figures of the three people were blown away. Wang Jiuyang's face was ferocious. "Congratulations, you have come to the territory of the Bright Palace." Now he had no qualms about attacking Su Yu. Even if he killed Su Yu on the spot, it would be because Su Yu had trespassed into the territory of the Bright Palace. Su Yu shook off the dust and sand on his body. His tone was surprisingly calm as he said indifferently, "It's unnecessary. No matter which power it was, the outcome would not change." "Is that so?" Wang Jiuyang laughed, and then his eyes suddenly became fierce, pouncing forward like a tiger or wolf. His physique was released to its fullest. As he rushed forward, his powerful physique shook the space. Looking from afar, layers of shadows appeared around Wang Jiuyang. It was very shocking. Su Yu did not say a word, but took a step forward. Seeing Su Yu's arrogance, Wang Jiuyang sneered. As the envoy of light, how could it be as simple as having a strong physique? Just as he was about to get close to Su Yu, Wang Jiuyang's fair skin quickly turned pitch black, and his body was surrounded by a large amount of purple fog. The ancient ice field under his feet immediately rotted upon contact with his feet. However, to Su Yu, this was just an insignificant skill. He could kill him on the spot with just one finger. Seeing the other rapidly approaching, Su Yu was about to make a move, but the gentle-looking man stood between the two with a cold expression, glaring at Wang Jiuyang. Presumptuous. He was already dissatisfied with Wang Jiuyang's unauthorized attack, and then he used the sand without permission, completely angering him. The gentle man opened his mouth and shouted, "Trap!" The word trap visible to the naked eye appeared from his mouth, and then became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a clang, Wang Jiuyang was trapped inside. Wang Jiuyang was startled and immediately withdrew the poison in his body. At the same time, he calmed down and said with slight fear, "Shenyin, don't stop me. That's enough." The gentle man named Shenyin glared at Wang Jiuyang. "Don't forget why we came to the Nightless Kingdom. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Didn't I do everything for the invitation?" Wang Jiuyang said unhappily. Shenyin said coldly, "You know very well whether that's the case or not." Rather than saying that it was for the invitation, it was more like he was fighting for his pride. "Wang Jiuyang, I can carry out this mission alone. You go back to the Light Palace. Go back and report now, no mistakes." Shen Yin was ranked 4th among the Radiant emissaries, and her status was higher than Wang Jiuyang's. What? Wang Jiuyang gritted his teeth. This mission was something he had fought hard for. How could he be disqualified just like that? But the ranks of the Radiant emissaries were very strict. The one in front had a great deal of control over the one behind him. He had no choice but to obey. Yes. Wang Jiuyang lowered his head, his eyes filled with hatred. He did not understand why Shen Yin would side with an outsider, even disqualifying him from carrying out the mission. Shen Yin looked at Wang Jiuyang coldly, then turned to look at Su Yu. Her expression softened as she said, "Mister, I am deeply sorry for the trouble my companion has caused you. I hope you do not mind." Su Yu looked at Shen Yin meaningfully. This person was very cautious. Realizing that Su Yu was a threat, he stopped the battle. It looked like he was protecting Su Yu, but in reality, he was protecting Wang Jiuyang. "Watch out for your man." Su Yu looked at the trap word binding Wang Jiuyang and was slightly shocked. To be able to become the Radiant emissary of the Radiant Palace, he was no ordinary person. If they were to fight, Su Yu should be able to defeat him, but it would take some effort. As he spoke, Su Yu turned and left. Shen Yin glared at Wang Jiuyang with a look of warning. While I am at the Nightless Empire, behave yourself." With a tap of her toes, Xian Yin hurried to the Nightless Empire. After a long time, the trap word lost its power and collapsed bit by bit. Wang Zhuoyang was finally free. He turned to look in the direction Su Yu had left, his eyes flickering. "My apologies, Xian Yin. I cannot tolerate the trash of the Nightless Empire standing above the Palace of Light." Half a day later, in the army camp at the border, Wang Zhuoyang respectfully stood in front of the general of the army. "Uncle, your nephew begs you to issue a warrant for a person." The Wang family was powerful in the Palace of Light and had many talents. The most famous of them all was the southwest border commander of the Palace of Light, Wang Shigong, known as the God of War. Wang Shigong was in high spirits, correcting military documents in the army camp. Hearing Wang Zhuoyang's request, he said without anger, "In the army camp, there is no distinction between close and distant." Wang Zhuoyang shuddered. He was as timid as a mouse in front of this person. He hurriedly corrected himself. "As you wish, Commander Wang." Wang Shigong calmly said, "Who is wanted?" "An unknown citizen of the Nightless Empire." Wang Zhuoyang's eyes were filled with hatred. The reason? Wang Shigong's eyes were sharp. Wang Zhuoyang was about to speak when Wang Shigong interrupted him. "If it is for official business, I will issue a warrant. If it is for personal matters, there is no need to speak." Wang Zhuoyang's heart trembled. He was displeased. Wang Shigong had a high position of power and was protected by the Wang family. However, there was one bad thing about him. He was too upright and plain-spoken. He was extremely strict with the Wang family. If others made a mistake, he would be sincere. But if the Wang family made a mistake, he would only punish them more severely. Wang Zhuoyang was arrogant. He feared no one but Wang Shigong. But since he was already in front of Wang Shigong, he naturally would not back down. He gritted his teeth and said, reporting to Commander Wang, "I found this person intruding into the territory of the Palace of Light. I went forward to ask him why he was there. Who knew he would attack and injure me?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bruises on his arms. They were caused by Su Yu's counterattack when he attacked him. It was clear that he had attacked Su Yu first and brought him to the Palace of Light. But in his words, it was Su Yu who had intruded into the Palace of Light and injured him. Wang Shigong's eyes were calm. These injuries were not enough to issue a warrant for a person. Wang Zhuoyang said, "Moreover, he broke the cosmos gourd given to me by the palace master." As he spoke, he took out the remains of the crushed gourd. Seeing this object, Wang Shigong's eyes finally changed. The cosmos gourd was an object personally refined by the palace master of the Palace of Light. It was only awarded to meritorious officials. The Wang family was fortunate enough to obtain 3 gourds. One of them was given to Wang Zhuoyang for protection while he went on a mission to the Nightless Empire. He did not expect to destroy one just like that. This object was personally given to him by the palace master. Destroying it was not a serious crime, but it was enough to warrant a warrant. Wang Shigong stared deeply into Wang Zhuoyang's eyes. "Can you guarantee that everything you said is true?" "Yes," Wang Zhuoyang said with certainty. There was no evidence to prove that he was lying anyway. Wang Shigong nodded and waved his pen. A warrant appeared. It was set ablaze on the spot, turning into a large field of sparks. At the same time, a ball of fire appeared in the small military camps along the border of the Palace of Light. Within the flames, the content of Wang Shigong's warrant appeared. Instantly, the checkpoints on the way to the Nightless Kingdom were all tightened up. At this moment, Su Yu returned to the border of the 2 countries. He only needed to cross the mountain range in front of him to return. However, he was in a foreign land and had made enemies with others. Su Yu naturally had to be more careful. He stood in the shadow of a large tree, looking at the foot of the mountain, at a tower. The tower was located between 2 mountains. If he wanted to return to the Nightless Empire, he could only pass through the official road below the tower. If he crossed over the mountain range without permission, he would trigger the formation on the border and be killed on the spot. Unless he obtained Wang Zhuoyang's strange gourd again and forced his way through the powerful sand. He saw with his own eyes that the tower was under martial law. Merchants and martial artists would be closely compared to their true appearances. They had exquisite treasures. No matter how good the disguise technique was, there was no way to hide. On the wall in front of the tower, there was a wanted list with Su Yu's face drawn on it. He was wanted. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the experts in the tower could not threaten Su Yu, there were many formations in the tower. It would be easy to trap and kill Su Yu. All of a sudden, Su Yu caught a glimpse of several figures galloping at high speed and stopped in front of the city tower. The rest of them were dressed like soldiers. Only a young man with an arrogant expression seemed out of place. This person was naturally Wang Zhouyang. Based on his memory, he had guessed the path Su Yu might have taken and arrived at the pass. General Chen, is there anyone suspicious? Wang Zhouyang's arrival was welcomed by the general guarding the pass. General Chen shook his head and said, "No, but we can guarantee that this person will not be able to leave the Bright Palace." Wang Zhouyang creased his brows and thought, that should not be the case. With his speed, he should have arrived here half a day ago. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhouyang said, Please guard this place strictly. Do not let this person go." As he spoke, he led a few powerful officers who were protecting him to investigate the situation at the other passes. A few days later, they passed by a small, remote forest. The sun was setting. The afterglow of dusk elongated the shadows of the trees. "Hey, there's someone under the tree. It's him, the wanted criminal." Suddenly, a vigilant bodyguard saw a person in the forest. What shocked him was that the person was the wanted criminal they were looking for. Wang Zhouyang was also stunned. Why was he here? He had obviously gone to the border, but, no matter what, he had finally found Su Yu. Haha, I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find him by chance. Wang Zhouyang could not help but laugh. Of all places to meet Su Yu, he had to meet him here. Unexpectedly, under the shade of the tree, Su Yu put down his arms and slowly walked out of the long shadow. He revealed a pair of eyes that were as cold as stars. "I've been waiting for you." Chapter 2288. Wang Zhouyang was slightly startled. Did they not run into each other by chance? He felt that something was amiss. Did Su Yu not know his situation? How could he dare to appear in front of him alone? Although he was arrogant, he was still rational. Vigilance welled up in his heart as he said, "Deputy Generals, the fugitive is right in front of us. I hope that you can capture him." The three pathmasters nodded and said to Wang Zhouyang, "Envoy Zhouyang, please step back and protect yourself." In fact, Wang Zhouyang had already stepped back and kept a safe distance from them. The three deputy generals were relieved and immediately used their domains. The three of them had different domains, which were thunder, fire, and wood respectively. After they used their domains, they fused together perfectly, forming a magnificent scene of heavenly thunder and earthly fire burning all over the sky. It was quite difficult to fuse different domains together, and it was impossible to succeed without years of cooperation. These three people were probably the elites of the Southwest Army. With the fusion of three domains, no one could do anything to them unless a master of the family arrived. "Sir, you have committed a great crime in our Bright Palace. Why don't you surrender now?" One of the deputy generals shouted, trying to suppress them with his imposing manner. However, Su Yu walked over calmly, one step at a time. His eyes were like two ancient wells that would never change, without any fluctuations. The afterglow of the setting sun elongated his shadow until it enveloped the three of them. His calm and composed temperament made the three of them feel uneasy. It was as if the person in front of them was not a half-pathmaster, but a king, charred. However, the three of them were soldiers, so they were fearless. Their vast domains engulfed the surroundings. Su Yu was also engulfed by the domains. Boundless raging flames, rumbling heavenly thunder, and wood incessantly fueled the flames. The domains were like hell on earth, burning everything. The three deputy generals had expected that even if Su Yu could resist them, he would still be severely injured. However, no one had expected that Su Yu, who was among them, would continue to walk toward them at a moderate pace without even lifting a finger. He was completely unscathed, and there were no signs of him being injured by the raging flames and heavenly thunder. How is this possible? The three of them turned pale with fright. Even a master of the family would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Continue. The three deputy generals continued using their domains, causing the flames to become more and more intense. However, Su Yu walked over, not even a speck of dust could be seen, until he was 30 feet away from them. At this moment, he finally opened his mouth and said indifferently, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Move aside." The eyelids of the three deputy generals twitched violently. They had exerted all of their abilities, yet they were still unable to inflict any damage on Su Yu. From the start to the end, the other party had not made a single move. His strength had probably reached an unimaginable level. "Sir, you have already committed a great crime against the Palace of Light. I hope that you will realize the error of your ways and not repeat your mistakes," a deputy general advised. Whenever Su Yu took a step forward, they would take a step back. With their duty, they did not dare to leave Wang Zhoyang behind. Su Yu's gaze became even colder. "Great crime? The crimes of your Radiant Light Palace are really easy to commit." He was brought to the Palace of Light and threatened to be killed. Moreover, he had not done anything from the beginning to the end, yet he had become a person who had committed a great crime. Did he not find it laughable? "Sir, please stop," the three of them shouted. Su Yu had indeed stopped in his tracks, but there was a sword in his hand. "I have already warned you to get out of the way. Since you insist on helping the Avildor, then I will drag you down with me." His patience had already reached its limit. First, Wang Zhoyang had snatched his invitation, then attacked him. Then, when the attack had failed, he had brought him to the Palace of Light to be killed. Then, when the killing had failed, he had slandered him as a wanted criminal. He could not bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. "Zhaoxi." Su Yu swung his sword. That extremely exquisite swordsmanship drew a plain and unremarkable trajectory. The three domains were instantly shattered. At the same time, the trajectory touched the bodies of the three pathmasters, and they were easily cut into two halves. The three souls fled in terror, fleeing far away into the horizon. At this moment, how could they care about Wang Zhoyang? Su Yu calmly looked at their souls. A crack appeared between his brows, and he suddenly sucked in the souls of the three pathmasters. Wang Zhoyang, who was watching the battle from afar, sucked in a breath of cold air. The three pathmasters, who had attacked together with their domains, had all died without their souls escaping. Wang Zhoyang's scalp went numb, and his heart trembled continuously. Finally, a trace of fear grew within him. He had thought that Su Yu's physique was only slightly stronger, and that his true abilities were nothing. Who knew? Creak. The sound of Su Yu stepping on corpses could be heard, and Wang Zhoyang was shocked awake. Looking at Su Yu, who was walking toward him quickly, looking at Su Yu's completely cold eyes, Wang Zhoyang was like a mortal who had encountered a fierce tiger, and his heart was filled with fear and despair. "Ge, bro, brother." Wang Zhoyang cupped his fists, and the arrogant look on his face disappeared. He said cautiously, "There is some misunderstanding between us. Actually, the person who put a bounty on your head isn't me, but someone else." Su Yu's eyes were calm. "Do you believe what you just said?" He sheathed his long sword, and golden dragon scales began to appear all over his body. "It's true. I think we can actually be friends." Wang Zhoyang couldn't find any words to ease the tension between them, so he began to speak nonsense and childish words. He could only blame himself for being too ruthless, and leaving no room for reconciliation. "Your companion Shenyan has already saved you once, and I have let you go. Unfortunately, you do not cherish it, and stubbornly seek death." Su Yu had already transformed into his half-dragon form. "If that's the case, why shouldn't I fulfill your wish?" His upper-tier heavenly dragon body emitted a strong aura, and Wang Zhoyang's heart finally collapsed, and he fled frantically. However, how could he escape from this? Su Yu took a step forward. It seemed like an ordinary step, but the entire space in front of him retreated backward. Wang Zhoyang, who had clearly fled to the horizon, immediately appeared 20 feet away from him. Sensing the strange changes in the space, Wang Zhoyang turned pale with fright. It was as if he had stepped into an abyss, and his heart was thumping wildly. No. In his fear, he began to fight back. The surface of his body turned dark purple again, and it was surrounded by purple smoke. Without thinking, he launched an earth-shattering punch behind him. At the same time, it was laced with poison that could crush any strong man below the master of the family. But Su Yu had the body of a dragon, and his body contained the powerful bloodline of the dragon race. Ordinary poison could not harm his body at all. He reached out with his right hand, gently grabbed Wang Zhuyang's fist, and twisted it. With a cracking sound, his entire arm was completely dislocated. All of a sudden, Wang Zhuyang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Having lost an arm, he subconsciously touched the gourd at his waist, which was his life-saving item. But when his hand was empty, he realized that his previous reckless actions had already used up the precious gourd. You can't kill me. I am the light emissary of the Palace of Light, and I have a high position. If I die, you will be in endless trouble. Su Yu's eyes became more indifferent. I feel that if you don't die, I will be in even more trouble. With this narrow-minded person's heart, if he did not die, he would definitely do everything in his power to take revenge on Su Yu. When he finished speaking, the dragon claw mercilessly penetrated his chest, crushing his heart. At the same time, he hooked 2 fingers, took away his soul, and sealed it in his own space soul. After doing this, Su Yu had intended to leave immediately, not even bothering to collect the space storage device. It had been a long time since he had plundered the belongings of his enemies. But when he recalled the strange gourd, his heart moved, and he put away the space storage device. Looking around, Su Yu secretly analyzed. The border inspection of the Palace of Light would probably continue for some time, but not forever. There were many martial artists coming and going between the Sleepless Empire and the Palace of Light. 10 to 15 days was not a big deal, but if it took too long, it would definitely affect the normal martial and economic exchanges, as well as the relationship between the two countries. For a mere fugitive, he would not go to such lengths. Therefore, the maximum time for a wanted criminal was not more than a year. Looking at the dazzling crystals, Su Yu smirked. Since I rarely come, why not take a look at the Palace of Light? When he finished speaking, he flew toward the holy land of the Palace of Light, the holy city of light. A few days later, several figures flew over, landing in front of the 4 corpses. Among them was the commander, Wang Shigong, but at this moment, Wang Shigong was not the tallest person on the scene. The tallest was a delicate girl in a snow-white robe. Her face was somewhat similar to Xian Yin's, but there was always a hint of a faint smile on her face. Wang Shigong, those who died were from the Wang clan. Don't you feel sad? The girl in the snow-white robe had a faint smile on her face. Wang Shigong was squatting down, examining Wang Zhuyang's body. He said indifferently, "You deserved to die." He held a small purple jade bottle in his hand. Inside the jade bottle, there were many sparkling and translucent beads that formed a moving picture. This was a secret technique commonly used in the military camp. It could collect the memories of the dead before they died and identify the murderer. But besides collecting these memories, Wang Shigong also found some memories from not long ago. Among them was Wang Zhuyang taking advantage of his power to steal the invitation, then using the Cosmos Gourd in anger. In the end, he was stopped by Shenyin, who then fabricated evidence to slander Su Yu, causing him to issue a wanted order. Haha, Wang Zhuyang is really bold. He dared to deceive the great commander, Wang Shigong. The girl in the snow-white robe laughed. Wang Shigong's face was expressionless. I trusted others too easily and acted arbitrarily. I was wrong. Someone, immediately revoke the wanted order, Wang Shigong ordered. But the girl in the snow-white robe stopped him. Wait. She looked at Wang Zhuyang's corpse, her eyes devoid of pity, only disgust. Wang Zhuyang deserved to die, but the light envoy of the Palace of Light is not someone you can kill so easily. What are you thinking? Wang Shigong creased his brows. Continue to put up the wanted order. When I find that person, I will teach him a lesson and protect the honor of the light envoy, the girl in the snow-white robe said with a hint of anger. Wang Shigong did not object. As the commander of the army, he had no right to make too many decisions when it came to the light envoy. I will listen to Envoy Xian Hua's orders, Wang Shigong said. He did not doubt Xianhua's words. Even if Su Yu had displayed extraordinary abilities that could crush masters of the family, Xianhua was more than enough to deal with him. Because she was the second-ranked envoy among the light envoys, her abilities were unfathomable. Chapter 2289. It was rumored that 20 years ago, on the day when Xianhua broke through to the Pathmaster level, she coincidentally met the Heartless Iron Constable, who was famous in the Desolate Realm. The two exchanged martial arts, and the result was a draw. Today, 10 years later, her cultivation had been completely stabilized, but it was unknown how much her strength had improved. If she fought with the Heartless Iron Constable again, it would be difficult to predict who would win. Hence, it would be difficult for Su Yu to escape from his grasp. Xianhua took out a golden cicada. The cicada's wings were 5-colored, and as it flapped, a 5-colored rainbow appeared. It was very beautiful. The golden cicada flapped its wings and flew around the 4 corpses for a while. Then, with a squeak, it flew toward the holy city of light. Xianhua laughed involuntarily. Should I say that you are overconfident or audacious? After killing the envoy of light, you didn't run away immediately, but went to the holy city of light. Interesting. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a writing brush and drew a pair of giant wings on her back. It was obviously a fake painting, but in the blink of an eye, the painting became real. A pair of giant wings fell on her back, and she flew away at an amazing speed, catching up with the golden cicada. Several days later, in the holy city, Su Yu found the market in the Palace of Light was quite special. There were many shops that Su Yu had never seen before. For example, there were shops selling man-made divine beast. The so-called man-made divine beasts were ordinary divine beast eggs injected with various special drugs to breed powerful and extraordinary mutated divine beasts. In addition, there were man-made Taoist bones and even man-made domains. These were things that Su Yu had never seen before. Nothing is too strange in this vast world. Su Yu was amazed. Even man-made domains could be made. He was quite tempted by the man-made domains, so he went to a shop to ask about them, but he was disappointed. The premise of the man-made domains was to have the assistance of someone who was proficient in this domain. That person had to forge a liquid magical treasure that was weaker than a real domain. After it was injected into a person's body, the person would have a similar domain ability. This method would not help Su Yu break through the domain. Unless he could find someone who was proficient in the 8 domains, the other man-made things were the same. They all had their drawbacks and were of no benefit to Su Yu. However, one of the shops attracted Su Yu's attention: man-made blood. As the name suggested, it was the blood of a man-made alien race. Su Yu's heart palpitated with excitement. To Su Yu, the Dragon Clan was undoubtedly an alien clan. He arrived at the shop, which was divided into 10 secret rooms. 9 of the stone doors were tightly shut, indicating that someone was using them. Only one room was left unoccupied. Su Yu, driven by his curiosity, was about to enter when a white shadow flashed before his eyes. A middle-aged man in a white robe with his hands clasped behind his back calmly teleported in front of them, blocking their way. His facial features were relaxed, and his eyes were clear and powerful. He sized Su Yu up and said, "Mister, are you an outsider? Don't you know the rules of the Ruyuan shop?" Su Yu's heart shuddered. This person's cultivation was very strong, at least surpassing the level of an ordinary family master. He was almost at the level of Xia Yian. "Yes, I came from the late autumn snowfield," Su Yu said. The late autumn snowfield was an ancient snowfield within the borders of the Palace of Light. It was sparsely populated and very few people lived there. No wonder. Although the white-robed middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely powerful, he was not arrogant. He said, "Ruyuan Inn has 10 secret rooms. Only 9 of them are open to outsiders. The last one is only for special people." Since he was running a business, how could he leave a room unused? What makes a special person? Su Yu couldn't help but ask. The white-robed middle-aged man said, "It's very simple. Cultivate for 200 years, but reach the level of a Pathmaster. Anyone who managed to reach the level of a Pathmaster in 200 years was definitely a genius among geniuses. Only the flourishing 7-star civilizations could nurture a small number of such geniuses. He had set aside a secret room for these top-notch geniuses, which was a request of the Palace of Light. The top-notch geniuses enjoyed many privileges within the borders of the Palace of Light. This secret room was one of them. It could be seen how much the Palace of Light valued talented people. Su Yu's cultivation had obviously not reached the level of a Pathmaster. However, the Dragon Clan's blood was extremely beneficial to him, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Although I haven't reached the level of a Pathmaster yet, is my power enough? Su Yu asked. The white-robed middle-aged man was surprised. Where did this youth in front of him get his confidence from? The gap between a half-step Pathmaster and a Pathmaster was like an ant, while a half-step Pathmaster was like a giant elephant. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. Moreover, the number of half-step Pathmasters was much lower than the number of geniuses who managed to reach the level of a Pathmaster after cultivating for 200 years. At the very least, the Palace of Light had never produced a half-step Pathmaster who had reached the level of a Pathmaster. Oh, can you? The white-robed middle-aged man chuckled, then reminded him, the so-called power refers to one's physique, soul, cultivation techniques, and divine techniques. It doesn't include powerful treasures. He was implying that Su Yu might have misunderstood the definition of power. I can, Su Yu said firmly. The white-robed middle-aged man was really surprised, and he wondered, can this youth really reach the level of a Pathmaster without relying on treasures? Fine, but I need to test it first, the white-robed middle-aged man said after pondering for a moment. How do I test it? The white-robed middle-aged man pointed at himself. I will stand here without moving. If you can make me take a step back, you will pass the test. With his terrifying cultivation, even an ordinary Pathmaster might not be able to make him take a step back if he didn't put up any resistance. Such a request was actually quite difficult to make. However, when Su Yu heard it, he relaxed a little. It was quite simple. His opponent's cultivation was only at the level of a family master, but Su Yu's physique was also much stronger than a family master's. If his opponent only defended and didn't attack, it would be easy to make him take a step back. Fine, let's begin. The white-robed middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't even activate a simple defensive barrier. He was prepared to block Su Yu's attack with his body. After all, he was just a trifling half-step Pathmaster, so why would he need to defend himself? Su Yu pondered it for a moment, then decided to go all out. After all, his opponent was an expert who was far stronger than him, and it would be a pity if he let his guard down and missed this opportunity. Fine. Senior, be careful, Su Yu said slowly. Su Yu said slowly. Then, he released his cultivation. A wave of extremely pure desolation energy surged out like a tide. The white-robed middle-aged man nodded slowly. Your cultivation has reached perfection. Not bad. But, if that was all, how could it possibly shake him? Then, Su Yu also released his soul, which was close to the Path Realm. Your soul is 90% Path Realm, not bad. The white-robed middle-aged man was slightly disappointed. There wasn't anything special about this human youth, so it was impossible to force him to take a step back. After Su Yu revealed his two abilities, he strode forward like a bolt of lightning. His fists were tucked under his armpits, while his energy was contained. Senior, be careful. Su Yu warned him one last time before he punched his opponent's chest. Just as they were about to collide, Su Yu didn't hold back his physique any longer, and he turned into a golden half-dragon, erupting with a power that far surpassed a family master's. The white-robed middle-aged man, who didn't care at first, was slightly surprised when he saw Su Yu turn into a half-dragon. Delight appeared on his face as he said, "A half-dragon body? You really gave me a pleasant surprise." He secretly made up his mind that even if Su Yu couldn't force him to take a step back, he would still allow him to cultivate inside for a day for the sake of Su Yu's courage in challenging him. In an instant, he stretched out his arms and caught Su Yu's fists. He wanted to easily neutralize them, but when they came into contact, a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas surged toward him. The white-robed middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately increased his strength in an attempt to push Suyu's hands back. Unexpectedly, when he pushed, he was shocked to find that his strength was insignificant in front of Suyu, and he couldn't block it at all. His arms were pushed back by Suyu's fists, and they were about to hit his chest. How could the white-robed middle-aged man still dare to be arrogant? He immediately used the strength of a pathmaster to form a defensive barrier on the surface of his body. When Suyu's fists came crashing down, the entire defensive barrier was dented and dented. Moreover, after a violent tremor, it finally shattered with a pop. What? The white-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Feeling the two deadly fists about to hit him, the white-robed middle-aged man had no choice but to display his own domain. A layer of dark green domain was attached to the surface of his body. However, what shocked the white-robed middle-aged man was that his domain was like a piece of paper in front of Suyu's fists, and it was directly shattered. In the end, the fists still landed squarely on his chest. Fortunately, his arms, the rainproof barrier, and the domain had blocked most of the power of the fists. Therefore, the power that landed on his chest was less than 20%. However, the power of 20% still caused the blood in the white-robed middle-aged man's body to churn. It was as if he was walking on the road and being rammed by an iron bull. He was knocked back repeatedly on the spot. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, and he was about to fall to the ground and end up in a sorry state. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and with the help of the remaining strength in his body, he somersaulted in the air, dispelling the power in his body, and barely managed to stand. He touched his endlessly churning chest, and a dull pain struck his chest. "Elder, are you all right?" Suyu walked over with concern. The white-robed middle-aged man retreated subconsciously, and at the same time, he displayed his defensive barrier. He seemed extremely fearful. After a while, he realized that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly put down his hand. With an embarrassed look on his face, he coughed dryly. "Ahem. I'm fine." He had been humiliated for once. He was almost beaten to the ground by a punch from a junior. No one would believe it if word got out. However, compared to his own humiliation, the white-robed middle-aged man was shocked by Suyu's strength, and his heart was in turmoil. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a nature-defying demon existed in this world. The 10 great emissaries of the Bright Light Palace, even the one who ranked first, could not achieve such an achievement in terms of physique. However, he felt that it was very strange. Why had he never seen Suyu before? A person with such a powerful physique could claim to be the number 1 person in his generation. However, such a person had never been heard of, as if he had appeared out of thin air. How could he not be surprised? Chapter 2290. Suyu said, "My surname is Su." Su. The white-robed middle-aged man quickly searched for the Su family in his mind, but there was nothing. The white-robed middle-aged man looked Suyu up and down again and exclaimed, "Mr. Su's physique is simply shocking. May I ask who your teacher is?" He was really curious about where such a person had come from. Suyu frowned slightly. "Is it the rule to use the secret room to get to the bottom of it?" Hearing that, the white-robed middle-aged man realized he had lost his composure. In the world of martial arts, it had always been taboo to inquire about others. "Sorry, I was just curious. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Su." Suyu nodded. "Oh, then do I meet the requirements to enter?" The white-robed middle-aged man's mouth twitched. "If you don't meet the requirements, who else can?" "Okay. Please feel free to use the secret room." The white-robed middle-aged man stepped aside and revealed the secret room. Suyu nodded and came to the front of the secret room. On one side of the secret room's door, there was a notch. You just needed to swipe the card and you could enter it to train. Then, you could swipe it again before leaving. The secret room would charge you according to the length of time you spent training. Suyu took out his gold card and swiped it. The white-robed middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Gold card. A gold card that could only be obtained with 500 million Dao coins. What was the background of this young man? The white-robed middle-aged man had wanted to inquire about Suyu's background, but seeing that Suyu was carrying a gold card, he gave up the idea. If a young man had a gold card, Who knew what level of mission the influence or elders behind him was assigned to? If he were to discover a taboo existence while exploring, his life would be in danger. After entering the secret room, Suyu closed the door and checked the situation inside. Inside the secret room, there was an empty pond about half an acre in size. Around the empty pond, there were 18 kinds of water outlets shaped like beast heads. In the center of the empty pond, there was a crystal plate, which showed 10,000 kinds of special alien races. Suyu rummaged around and found the blood of the dragon race. However, when he saw the price, Suyu's mouth twitched violently. The price of artificial dragon blood was 10 million Dao coins a day. In other words, Suyu could use the artificial dragon blood to train here for 10 days, which would be 100 million Dao coins. This was Suyu's entire fortune, unless he sold all the Dao artifact fairy embryos he had. Those who aren't geniuses nurtured by superpowers don't even have the right to try it. Even Suyu couldn't help but feel sorry for them. However, compared to wealth, martial strength was more important. Just as he was about to choose the Dragon Clan's techniques, his arms suddenly felt hot. Shockingly, the 9-jade spiritual pearl had fluctuated. The little Kylin ignored the space restriction of the 9-jade spiritual pearl again and stuck its cute head out. Wow, I think I can feel the treasure. Suyu's eyes twitched. Did you learn it from Xiao Dai? Wasn't Xiao Dai the only one who had the habit of coveting treasures? Su Xiao 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 Suyu was you. Yu Xiao Yu jumped. Dai, Kai Xiao Xiao Yu Suyu, and King Su Suyu thought, Suyu thought. Su, and said. Suyu, Su, and, he, Yuan and you, King, you, Suyu. In other words, it cost 100 million Dao coins a day. Suyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Why was Kylin's blood so expensive? But thinking about it carefully, in this world, dragons were common, but Kylins were uncommon. Suyu had never heard of a second Kylin except the god Kylin of the Star River. Including Kylin, it was just a clone left behind by the god Kylin. Kylin's blood was not asking for 100 million Dao coins for no reason. 100 million Dao coins? Xiao Kylin's eyes widened. Is my blood so valuable? What do you think? Suyu glared at it. Xiao Kylin shrank its neck and said, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. If you dare to sell my blood, I will run away from home. Suyu smiled and pretended to be enlightened. Oh, I almost forgot. Xiao Kylin, you have been with me for so many years, eating and drinking from me. Isn't it time for you to repay me? Master wants to train here, but he is short of money. Why don't you sell a few bottles of your blood for money? Xiao Kylin trembled with anger. You are a beast. Ha ha. Suyu laughed. He scratched the crystal with the golden card and touched the Kylin's blood. Suddenly, a large amount of purple Kylin's blood gushed into the pool from the 18 outlets. Xiao Kylin was stunned and looked at Suyu in surprise. Suyu chuckled. What are you waiting for? Time is money. Xiao Kylin came back to its senses. Its eyes were filled with tears. That was 100 million Dao coins. It did not expect Suyu to choose the Kylin's blood, but, Master, I am so touched. Xiao Kylin rubbed its eyes. How can I repay you? Do you want to marry me? Suyu looked at the form of Xiao Kylin and was speechless. Even if he wanted to, he could not bear to ask for it. There was a trace of shyness in the little Chilean's eyes as it said, if I break through to the Daolord realm, then I'll actually be able to transform into a human permanently. At that time, I won't resist anything you do to me, Master. Puff. Suyu almost vomited blood. He kicked it into the pool. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and cultivate. Suyu had raised Xiao Kylin since it was a child. He had watched it grow from an egg to its current form. Even if it turned into a human, Suyu would not have any improper thoughts about it. After falling into the pool, Xiao Kylin looked at Suyu with deep gratitude. Then, it hurried to absorb the man-made Kylin's blood. The Kylin's blood entered its body through its pores and fused with the real Kylin's blood. The purity of the man-made Kylin's blood was not as good as the real Kylin's blood, but it still contained a trace of the real Kylin's blood. Therefore, as it absorbed the blood, Xiao Kylin's body underwent obvious changes. First of all, it became bigger, and the color of its scales became fiery red. A pair of purple crystalline eyes turned dark purple. The most important thing was that his cultivation was continuously rising. From the divine warrior level of heaven and earth, it ignored the bottleneck all the way to the half-step pathmaster level. Then, it broke through the pathmaster level. A pitch-black image appeared above its head. It was the realm. Su Yu's eyes were wide open. Did it break through? How could this be? Any living being that wanted to break through to become a Tao Lord had to undergo the transformation of their body, soul, and laws. However, after absorbing some of the Qili's blood, the little Qilin skipped the Tao transformation stage and had a Tao body, Tao soul, and domain. His mind was at a loss. This was absolutely illogical. Was it the effect of the local blood? It shouldn't be. If the mutated blood here had the heaven-defying effect of allowing one to break through to become a Daoist lord, how could there only be 100 million Tao coins? They probably wouldn't sell it at all. Was it because of the little Qilin? Su Yu fell into deep thought. As one of the last 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth in the ancient god realm of 9 dragons, was the Kylin divine warrior really just a divine warrior of heaven and earth? He had long wondered why the divine emperor of heaven and earth, the divine emperor of heaven and earth, could give Zhong Wushuang a 4-piece set of emperor luck. He didn't think so before, but now that he was in the great beginning realm, he could feel that each piece of the emperor set was more terrifying than the last. He couldn't help but be confused. How could a mere divine emperor of heaven and earth do something that not even a Tao Lord could do? The little Qilin in front of him was behaving strangely as well. As the clone of the Qilin sovereign, he didn't even need to undergo Tao transformation to become a Tao Lord. Moreover, his rank as a Tao Lord was still rising. One day later, the Qilin blood in the whole pool was completely extracted, and the aura emitted by the little Qilin had reached the level of a family master. Su Yu wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the little Qilin itself was so surprised that it couldn't close its mouth. I broke through to the level of a Tao Lord. It ran up to Su Yu and kicked his thigh with its front hoof. Hiss. What are you doing? Even with Su Yu's strong physique, he was in so much pain that he gasped and glared at it. The little Qilin lifted its hoof and said, I'm trying to see if I'm dreaming. Well, it doesn't seem like it. Su Yu kicked it angrily, and the little Qilin rolled on the ground. I think you're still dreaming. How dare you use me as a test subject? The little Qilin stood up and shook its head. Its face was full of confusion and excitement. Although I don't know why, I seem to be a Tao Lord now, and I can transform forever. Master, who do you want me to transform into? Think about it carefully. Once I transform into a human, I can't change my form for the rest of my life. You only have one chance, so you should cherish it. Be serious. Su Yu pinched its face. When he got closer to it, he discovered that the little Qilin had grown more than twice its size. It was now as tall as Su Yu's shoulder. Its skin was extremely hard, and even a Tao artifact might not be able to harm it. Let's see what your domain is, Su Yu said. The little Qilin immediately released its domain, as if it was showing off. A pitch-black image hovered around its body. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he took out an abandoned Tao artifact and threw it into the image. However, the shocking thing was that the Tao artifact turned into a pitch-black powder on the spot. Is this the void domain? Su Yu asked in shock. A Tao artifact was a magical treasure that was condensed by the Daolord's own Tao when he became a Tao Lord. It could be said to be the best among all magical treasures, and it was extremely hard. Even a person like Xia Yian couldn't destroy a Tao artifact. However, the little Qilin's domain was really unimaginable. It's not the void domain. It's the chaos domain. Some unfamiliar things appeared in the little Qilin's mind. They didn't come from the Qilin Emperor, but from an even more mysterious existence. Chaos. Above the void domain is chaos, the little Qilin murmured. Before the great beginning realm was created, it was in a state of chaos. Chapter 2291. It was only when the sacred mountain appeared that the grand beginning chi gradually transformed into the primal beginning realm that it was today. Little Chaline's domain was actually a stretch of chaos. As expected, the 9 monarchs of the ancient god realm of 9 dragons weren't simple at all. Put away your domain, and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary, Suyu instructed. Who wouldn't be tempted by a divine beast that could create primal chaos? It was likely that even the pathmasters of the mysterious Dao Palace, who had never interfered with worldly affairs, would want to get their hands on them. Therefore, the little Chaline's primal chaos domain could not be revealed in front of others. All right. The little Chaline retracted its domain and a trace of exhaustion appeared in its eyes. It said, supporting this domain consumes a lot of my soul force. It seems like I can't use it often. It couldn't be any better. You can rest at the side. I will cultivate in peace for a while. Suyu jumped into the dried pond and touched the dragon clan's mutant blood. Immediately, a large amount of artificial dragon blood poured into the pool. As soon as he came into contact with the dragon blood, his entire body sizzled as if it was burning. A wave of burning pain seeped from Suyu's skin to his flesh and finally reached his bones. The pain was unbearable. However, after experiencing the training of the heavenly dragon body, the burning pain at the moment was nothing more than a frown to Suyu. Under the intense burning, the artificial dragon blood slowly entered Suyu's body and fused with the dragon blood within it. Although there was little real dragon blood in the man-made dragon blood, there was a lot of it. After absorbing for a day, Suyu realized that the dragon blood in his body had doubled. Once he transformed into the half-dragon form, his physique would be enhanced to the next level. And this was only the first day. With excitement in his heart, he continued to cultivate. Half a month later. On this day, the white-robed middle-aged man was meditating in the shop. Silently, he opened his eyes. A pretty girl in a snow-white robe walked into the shop with a smile. He immediately stood up and cupped his fists. Welcome, Miss Xianhua. Your presence brings light to our humble shop. Xianhua covered her mouth and smiled. Uncle Bai, you're being too serious. They had known each other for a long time. Xianhua used the golden cicada to track Suyu's whereabouts. However, after Suyu entered the sacred city, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. After searching bitterly to no avail, Xianhua could only give up for now and cultivate instead. Are there any more training rooms? Xianhua asked. The white-robed middle-aged man said apologetically, Miss Xianhua, you came at a bad time. It's already full. Xianhua was surprised. That special secret room was also occupied. Exactly. Xianhua found this strange. Because special conditions were required to enter that secret room, no one could enter it for several years. Coincidentally, someone had occupied it. Which emissary of light is it? Xianhua asked naturally. The white-robed middle-aged man shook his head and said, No. He's a nobody. There was a hint of surprise on Xianhua's face, but she did not pay it any mind. The territory of the Light Palace was so vast, it was not strange for 1 or 2 unknown dragons to appear. The secret chamber is gone. If Miss Xianhua doesn't mind, I can spar with you, the middle-aged man in white said. Xianhua agreed readily. The reason why she was able to use a brush to draw something out of nothingness was because of some kind of mutant blood. And the one who understood the mutant blood the most was this owner. Sparring with him would allow Xiao Chen to receive pointers from him. Soon after, the two of them started sparring in the spacious hall. After thousands of moves, Xianhua was sweating profusely. The white-robed middle-aged man let out a breath and said, Miss Xianhua's improvement is godly. Soon, I will not be a match for Miss Xianhua. Xianhua smiled charmingly. In your opinion, what are my chances of winning in this martial arts contest? You will definitely be in the top 2, the white-robed middle-aged man said after seriously analyzing. In his heart, he added that if the silver-haired human in the secret chamber did not make a move. If he made a move, Xianhua could only be in 3rd place. The white-robed middle-aged man was very clear about the limits of Xianhua's strength. But that human had only displayed his physique from start to finish. He could not see the limits of his strength at all. If the two of them really fought, The white-robed middle-aged man was more optimistic about that human. Of course, he would not say this out loud, in case he caused trouble for that human disciple. Still second. A hint of unwillingness flashed across Xianhua's face. The title of the number one emissary of light had always been dominated by one person. Xianhua could only be in second place all year round. How could she be willing to accept that? The white-robed middle-aged man also felt pity for Xianhua. Don't be discouraged. Actually, with your strength, you would definitely be the number one emissary of light in any generation. It's just that heavens will make a fool of us. There is now a daughter of destiny. Xianhua clenched her fists lightly, a hint of bitterness spreading from the corner of her mouth. Over 100 years ago, within the Palace of Light, everyone had the same dream on the same day. An extremely beautiful woman descended from the sky and became the most dazzling sun in the Palace of Light. Everyone thought that it was just a dream, until the greatest ceremony of the Palace of Light, the woman in everyone's dream really descended from the sky. She was called the Daughter of Destiny. His talent was extraordinary and peerless. No one could compare to him. In less than 100 years, she broke through from the Overlord realm to the Downlord realm. And 20 years ago, she reached the family head realm. All the prodigies of the Palace of Light did not have the right to call themselves prodigies in front of her. She was like an extremely dazzling sun, making them dim and dull in comparison. Now that 20 years had passed, no one knew what terrifying cultivation level the Daughter of Destiny had reached. Because she had been in seclusion for many years, only a few people had the chance to come into contact with her. The white-robed middle-aged man in front of her was one of them. If we fight now, how many rounds can I spar with her? Xianhua asked. Back when the emissaries of light were ranked, she had fought with the Daughter of Destiny and lost miserably in 4 moves. The white-robed middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then slowly said, 1 move. What? Xianhua's eyes widened. 1 move. The white-robed middle-aged man nodded with a solemn expression. Yes, 1 move. Today's Daughter of Destiny is many times stronger than 20 years ago. When I sparred with her, I only managed to last 2 moves. Xianhua felt as if something was stuck in her throat, and she could not speak. For many years, she had been training hard with the goal of becoming the Daughter of Destiny, hoping to surpass her one day. However, the despairing reality was that after so many years, the gap between them did not close. Instead, it grew further and further, to the extent that it was depressing. The white-robed middle-aged man consoled her. Just as I said, she can't be compared to her peers at all. If there really is a comparison, there's no such thing as a genius in the world. Being in the same generation as the Daughter of Destiny should be the sorrow of the current generation of prodigies. Xianhua was deeply agitated. Apart from the bitterness, she became even more determined to cultivate. She cupped her fists towards the white-robed middle-aged man. I'll go back to comprehend for a few days. Goodbye. The white-robed middle-aged man nodded. That's good too. The Daughter of Destiny probably won't participate in the martial arts hunt this time. You have a high chance of getting first place. If you can receive the Light Divine Deer's teachings, you might have a chance to increase your strength to the next level and catch up to the Daughter of Destiny. The martial arts hunt was a grand event that was held once every 50 years by the Radiant Palace. It invited all the prodigies within the realm to chase after the Light Divine Deer together. If anyone could capture it and receive its recognition, the Light Divine Deer would use its powerful soul to transmit an ancient cultivation technique to that person. The ancient cultivation technique was different from the cultivation techniques and divine skills of the outer world. It was a nature-defying technique passed down from the previous era. Its power was unparalleled, even comparable to the realm. Only 8-star civilizations had this technique. It was usually used by the creatures of 8-star civilizations as a supplementary cultivation technique outside of the realm. However, in the outer world, the ancient cultivation technique basically didn't exist. The Light Divine Deer was one of the few super divine beasts that had records of the ancient cultivation technique. However, it didn't pass on the ancient cultivation technique easily. The only time it had passed on the Light Seal was to the first-generation Palace Master of the Palace of Light. Relying on this powerful ancient cultivation technique, the first-generation palace master was able to establish the Palace of Light. Since then, the light divine deer had been regarded as the protector of the Palace of Light. The martial arts hunt was held every 50 years, hoping that a fated person would appear and receive the light divine deer's teachings. However, after so many years, the light divine deer had never passed on its teachings again. Even so, the deity hunt continued, and it had not stopped even once. I must get first place in the martial arts hunt. Xianhua's eyes were filled with determination. Only by receiving the teachings could she possibly defeat the Daughter of Destiny. Several days later, Su Yu slowly woke up from his seclusion. After a full 20 days of training, the dragon blood in his body had reached a shocking level. Even if he didn't deliberately activate the heavenly dragon body, a layer of faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, and his whole body carried a heavy pressure of the dragon clan. Occasionally, an inexplicable dragon roar could be heard from within his blood. The pressure of his blood made the little Kailin beside him feel a little uncomfortable. The dragon blood in your body is more than that of a real dragon, isn't it? The little Kailin smacked its lips. If the people of the dragon clan met you, they wouldn't dare say that you aren't a dragon. Su Yu smiled as he clenched his fists. A crackling sound spread from his finger bones. The powerful and overbearing power was like an uncontrollable wild horse galloping in his body. Now that he had punched out, even Xie Yian would have to take it seriously. His physique was unprecedentedly strengthened. Now, all he had to do was quickly transform his soul. Let's go. Su Yu opened the stone door and swiped the gold card in his hand across the notch. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the notch, reminding the customer that the card had insufficient Dao coins. Su Yu was embarrassed. Including the little Kailin, he had spent a total of 300 million Dao coins this time. The middle-aged man in the white robe heard the alarm and rushed over, chuckling. Mr. Su, you've come out of seclusion. Your seclusion wasn't short at all. Others would go into seclusion for a day at most, but Su Yu had gone for 21 days. Now, he didn't even have enough Dao coins in his card. Boss, I have limited Dao coins on hand, but I have a lot of resources that can pay off the debt. Su Yu had no choice but to bring out the many doctrine artifact divine embryos that he had plundered from the Qiani cavern. He didn't know how much the doctrine artifact divine embryos of the Palace of Light were worth. Pay off the debt. The middle-aged man in the white robe frowned slightly. Mr. Su, to tell you the truth, I didn't open this shop alone. There are several other partners. I can naturally agree to pay off the debt with items, but I'm afraid the other partners. Su Yu's heart tightened. This seemed to be a little troublesome. Chapter 2292. Boss, you can take a look first and decide later. Su Yu took out a vat of water that was rich in Genesis energy. The white-robed middle-aged man was displeased by Su Yu's coercion. His impression of Su Yu had dropped significantly. How much do you want for a vat of water? The white-robed middle-aged man asked patiently. Su Yu thought about it, then answered seriously, 300 million Dao coins. The vat of water before him contained more than half of the Genesis energy he had obtained from the Great Void Cave over the past 10 years. Selling it for 300 million Dao coins was only a discount because he was unable to repay his debts. If he sold it at full price, 400 million Dao coins would be more than enough. Even if he met someone who was in a hurry to buy it, 500 million was entirely possible. You must be joking, Mr. Su. The white-robed middle-aged man wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Every portion of mutated blood is made from real mutated blood. The cost is too high. Su Yu understood this point even without saying. The Kailin blood alone was indescribably precious. Haha, boss, why don't you take a look at this vat of water first? Su Yu opened the lid of the vat, and the surging Genesis energy gushed out. The white-robed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. This is Genesis energy. Genesis energy was a divine item used to enhance the realm of the Pathmasters, and it was often priceless. Many people might not be able to buy Genesis energy even if they offered double the price. Why? because those who had Genesis energy would either use it for themselves or sell it to those at the peak of the martial path in exchange for their help. Basically, no one would exchange Genesis energy for money. Therefore, the white-robed middle-aged man's mind went blank when he first saw the Genesis energy. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a scam. After all, who would take it out to sell? What do you think? Suyu asked with a smile. The white-robed middle-aged man was deep in thought. However, while he was hesitating, dozens of Pathmasters sensed the Genesis energy that had just gushed out and descended from the sky. Genesis energy. The dozens of Pathmasters with different levels of cultivation were shocked. Among them was the Master of Civilization, who was slightly more powerful than the Master of the Family. The white-robed middle-aged man seemed to have woken up from a dream. If anyone in the world could forge Genesis energy, he would have been famous outside of Wasteland. The jar of water in front of him was truly made from Genesis chi. Deal. The white-robed middle-aged man waved his hand and snatched the water jar. He was afraid that Suyu would go back on his word. His heart trembled with excitement. This was the primordial chi that could only be encountered by luck. However, just as he was about to snatch it, several Dowlords who were no weaker than him released their domains and stopped him from taking the water jar. Wait! A Dowlord whose entire body was transparent like an ice sculpture shouted. A hint of fear flashed across the white-robed middle-aged man's eyes. Dao Master Iceflame, what do you mean? Dao Master Iceflame was a famous Dao Master of the Light Palace. His strength could be ranked in the top 10, and he was a mysterious expert. Everyone had to be polite to him. If I'm not mistaken, you're trading with someone, right? Dao Master Iceflame looked around, searching for a possible seller. The white-robed middle-aged man's heart tightened. This Dao Master Iceflame was famous for being rude and overbearing. This has nothing to do with you. The white-robed middle-aged man secretly exerted his strength, hoping to snatch the water jar. However, Dao Master Iceflame and several Dowlords held the water jar tightly and did not let go. Knowing that the white-robed middle-aged man was unwilling to reveal the seller, Dao Master Iceflame shouted, "My friend who sold the primordial chi, please come forward and have a chat." His eyes were fixed on several Dowlords with higher cultivation. Only they could obtain so much primordial chi. What's the matter? A calm voice fell into his ears. Dao Master Iceflame followed the voice and his eyes fell on Suyu, who he had not paid attention to before. He hesitated slightly. "Did you sell this jar of primordial chi?" Suyu asked. "Can you find a second seller?" Hiss. Dao Master Iceflame was shocked. The primordial chi actually came from a half-step Dowlord? The other Dowlords were also surprised and looked at Suyu curiously. They could not believe that the primordial chi that the Dowlords dreamed of came from this human. It should belong to the force behind him or some big shot. They thought subconsciously. Dao Master Iceflame did not dare to show any contempt. Instead, he was very polite. He, who had always been cold, squeezed out a stiff smile and said, "My friend, what kind of deal did you have with the owner of the Ryuan shop?" Suyu said casually, "I used the secret room and owed a debt of 300 million. Can't I use this to pay off the debt?" Dao Master Iceflame's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. Pay off the debt? In this world, there was actually someone who used the primordial chi to pay off the debt. Moreover, the value of this jar of primordial chi was obviously far more than 300 million. If it was sold to those old monsters who were in urgent need, it could be sold for 600 million. "My friend, how about this? I will pay the 300 million debt for you, and you give me this jar of primordial chi?" Dao Master Iceflame immediately set his eyes on the item. Hearing this, the white-robed middle-aged man had a bad feeling. When he was about to stop him, Suyu said, "No problem." It did not matter who he gave the primordial chi to. The white-robed middle-aged man said anxiously, "Mr. Su, you can't. You promised to pay off the debt with this item first." Suyu said indifferently, "But the owner said that your partner did not want to pay off the debt with an item. Now that someone is willing to give you the Dao coins directly, it is naturally the best." At this moment, the white-robed middle-aged man wanted to slap himself. Why did he hesitate just now and doubt the authenticity of the primordial chi? If he had accepted it at that time, how could Tao Master Iceflame and the others have come to rob it for no reason? Gritting his teeth, the white-robed middle-aged man said, "Mr. Su, how about this? Give me this jar of primordial qi, and I will give you another 50 million Dao coins. How about that?" Su Yu was certainly tempted. He only had 100 million Dao coins in his hands. It seemed like a lot, but it was not enough for a 7-star civilization. It was better to have more Dao coins. "My friend's surname is Su. My friend Su, I will pay 400 million Dao coins for this jar of primordial qi. If you agree, I will exchange it with you immediately." Dao Master Iceflame was very generous. The other Pathmasters also did not want to miss such a great opportunity, and they all stated their high prices. Soon, the price was pushed to the sky-high price of 500 million Dao coins. The white-robed middle-aged man watched the price rise steadily, almost doubling. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Everything should have belonged to him. "Okay, 500 million Dao coins, deal." Su Yu looked at Dao Master Iceflame and smiled. Although the price could rise a little more, it was better to stop before going too far. More and more people gathered around. If this continued, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Dao Master Iceflame heaved a sigh of relief and took out a gold card. "There are 500 million Dao coins in it. Please check." Su Yu checked it in person and confirmed that there were indeed 500 million Dao coins in it. Then, he handed the jar of primordial qi to him. After obtaining the primordial qi, Dao Master Iceflame did not dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists at Su Yu and left. Su Yu turned around and transferred 300 million Dao coins to the white-robed middle-aged man, who had a complicated expression on his face. He said calmly, "We are even. Goodbye." As soon as he turned around, he was met with many pairs of fiery eyes. Su Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. It was true that he had earned 200 million Dao coins, but he had become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. It would take a lot of effort to get out of their sight. "Mr. Su, why don't you go back to the shop and have some tea before you leave?" The white-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yu's predicament. Su Yu did not refuse. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." He was not afraid that the white-robed middle-aged man would dare to attack him secretly. Besides, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Just the chaotic domain of the little Kylin was enough to make him suffer. The white-robed middle-aged man could not contain his joy. He immediately led the way with a smile. "Mr. Su, please." After entering, the white-robed middle-aged man turned around and glared at the many Pathmasters who were about to step in. He said expressionlessly, "Sorry, Ruyuan shop is closed today." Bang! Then, with a bang, the door was completely closed. He even activated the defensive seal, forbidding anyone from entering. This action caused many Pathmasters to curse angrily. Bai Qingsong is planning to take all the benefits for himself. This is too much. How can he monopolize something like the primordial qi? Just wait and see. It won't be easy for Bai Qingsong to monopolize the primordial qi. In the back hall, Bai Qingsong's face was full of smiles. He personally poured tea for Su Yu and said, "Mr. Su, rest here for a while. It won't be too late to leave after the people outside arrive." Su Yu chuckled. Without further ado, he took out a palm-sized bottle. It was also filled with primordial qi. "Boss, you are very considerate. However, I still have some matters to attend to. I'm afraid I can't stay for long. There should be a back door in your shop. If you take me away, I will give you this bottle of primordial qi." He was now a wanted criminal. Perhaps the wanted list had not reached the holy city yet. If he did not leave now, when would he? Hearing this, Bai Qingsong's eyes shone brightly. He thanked Su Yu profusely. However, his appetite was obviously not limited to a small bottle of primordial qi. Just as he was about to say something, Su Yu saw through his thoughts. He said, "This bottle is the last one I have. If you are not satisfied with it, then forget it." As he spoke, he was about to take the jade bottle back. Bai Qingsong reacted quickly. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the bottle. He said hurriedly, There is a back door. Bai Qingsong said, the Ruyuan shop is such an important shop, so it naturally has a way out. There is an extremely high-grade ancient formation in the backyard. Once it is activated, it can teleport away soundlessly. Even the Pathmasters would find it difficult to detect the teleportation ripples. It is very safe. That was good. Mr. Su, are you in such a hurry to leave so that you can take part in the deer hunt? Bai Qingsong asked. Su Yu was taken aback. Zhuelu? Bai Qingsong froze. Could it be that Su Yu had not come from the late autumn snowfield for the deer hunt? Mr. Su, you do not know about the deer hunt. Bai Qingsong said. This is one of the most prestigious events of the Bright Light Palace. Su Yu was not interested in the deer hunt. He casually explained, I have always been in seclusion deep in the mountains. I have never stepped out of the outside world. I do not know what the deer hunt is. Was he a reclusive youth? No wonder he did not understand so many things. Bai Qingsong's smile became wider. He said in detail, since Mr. Su has come to the holy city at this time, you must not miss this great opportunity. If you are lucky enough to receive the techniques of the divine light deer, you will reach the heavens in a single step. Wait. Chapter 2293. Please explain in detail, Su Yu said. Seeing Su Yu's interest, Bai Qingsong explained the deer hunt in detail. After listening, Su Yu's eyes glowed with a deep light. He might not be interested in ancient cultivation techniques, but the antler of the divine light deer was something he wanted. If he could get it, he could shorten 10 years of hard work and transform his soul into Tao in a short period of time. But the divine light deer was under the strict protection of many pathmasters. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the antler from it. Apart from that, even if you do not receive the divine light deer's techniques, you can still obtain prizes based on your ranking. Su Yu was thinking about the deer antler, so he was obviously distracted. He said, oh. What prizes? For example, first place, 100 million Tao coins, plus a portion of Genesis energy. Bai Qingsong suddenly realized how useless first place was to Su Yu. Normally, Genesis energy would be a prize that everyone would go crazy over. But to Su Yu, it was like a beggar asking a rich man for a steamed bun. He smiled bitterly. Second place is the antler of the divine light deer. Third place is, wait. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, surprised. Antler? Yes. Mr. Su, is there a problem? Bai Qingsong was surprised. In his opinion, if first place was so useless to Su Yu, the prize for second place would be even more insignificant. Who would have thought he would show such an expression? Isn't the divine light deer the guardian divine beast of the Palace of Light? How can you cut the antler from its body? Su Yu was puzzled. Bai Qingsong laughed. So that's what Mr. Su is curious about. The reason is simple. Every 10 years, the divine light deer sheds a layer of antler. These antlers have been collected over the years and have accumulated a large amount. At least, they are not as rare as Genesis energy. So that's why. Su Yu was delighted. This trip to the holy city was not in vain. As long as he could get second place in the deer hunt, he could obtain the antler. There was no need for any additional risk. Mr. Su, if you are interested, you should hurry. The deer hunt is about to begin. Any later and you will miss the opportunity to register, Bai Qingsong kindly reminded. Su Yu cupped his fists. Thank you, farewell. Bai Qingsong immediately brought him to the teleportation portal in the backyard. He cupped his fists and said, good luck, young Master Su. Su Yu nodded, stepped into the transportation portal, and left quietly. When he reappeared, he was in a remote corner of the holy city. He immediately went to the northeast corner of the holy city. This was the famous heavenly palace of the martial path of the Palace of Light. The heavenly palace only had 2 levels. Usually, only the first level was open to the martial arts experts of the world to spar with each other and rank them accordingly. The Radiant list of the Radiant Palace originated from the Martial Path Heavenly Palace. The Honorable Martial list listed all the experts in the country according to their strength, and according to their strength, they were ranked. The first level was open all year round, but the second level would only be opened once every 50 years during the Zhuelu competition. Only a group of people had the qualifications to step onto it. Paragons of the generation. Moreover, only those whose strengths had attained the Downlord realm would be allowed to ascend it. No one else was allowed to enter the second floor. Suyu arrived at the registration area. There were 2 requirements for registration. The first was to attain the Downlord realm, and the second was to provide proof of identity. Suyu pondered for a while, and an idea flashed in his mind. He took out a space storage device. This was Wang Zhuyang's space storage device. He had taken it away on a whim. He searched inside and found a token. There was no name on it, only the word Wang. This was the proof of identity of the Wang family. The Wang family was extremely large, and its members were scattered all over the Palace of Light. Even in a remote place like the late autumn snowfield, there were remote branches of the Wang family. Fortunately, I took Wang Zhuyang's storage device, Suyu said to himself. He took the identity token and went to register. At the same time, more and more martial artists gathered outside the Heavenly Palace. As far as the eye could see, tens of thousands of li were filled with people. They all looked at the second floor of the Heavenly Palace with envy. There were only exquisite railings on all 4 sides of the second floor, and the situation on the second floor could be seen clearly. In the building, 7 outstanding young men in extraordinary clothes were sitting quietly, talking and laughing. Among them, Xian Hua was the leader. She sat on the highest seat, with a faint smile on her face, looking around at the hundreds of millions of martial artists who were looking up at her. She enjoyed being the center of attention, as if she were the sun in the sky, unique. All the outstanding talents of the world are here, Xian Hua said with a faint smile. The other 6 young men smiled. On Xian Hua's right was a handsome man. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, "To be precise, everyone below the emissary of light is an ant." The few young men smiled without saying anything, but there was more or less a hint of arrogance on their faces. That was true. Every time there was a competition, it could be said that it was the provincial capital of all the geniuses in the Palace of Light. But only the emissaries of light were truly qualified to compete and climb to the second floor of the Heavenly Palace. The competition was actually just a stage for the emissaries of light to show off their abilities. Throughout the years, martial artists who were not emissaries of light were rarely able to climb to the second floor of the Heavenly Palace. Xian Hua raised her glass to the crowd. "This is a grand event for us, the emissaries of light. Let us show the world." Thud, thud, thud. However, just as they were raising their glasses and drinking, the sound of footsteps came from the entrance. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a silver-haired martial artist wearing a golden mask walking up. He glanced at the crowd calmly and sat at the last seat as if there was no one else around, waiting for the competition to begin without saying a word. The 7 emissaries of light were stunned. How could someone other than the emissaries of light be able to climb to the second floor of the Heavenly Palace? It shouldn't be. However, the entrance of the first floor was guarded by several powerful pathmasters. Only those who had passed through their strict strength assessment were qualified to enter the second floor. They let this person up, which was enough to prove that he was qualified to climb to the second floor. A hint of surprise flashed in Xian Hua's eyes. Apart from the emissaries of light, there was also a peerless genius whose strength reached the level of a pathmaster within 200 years. Normally, the geniuses within the territory of the Palace of Light would go through layers of selection. After a great wave of elimination, the truly powerful ones would have already been selected. How could there be someone missing? "Who are you?" Xian Hua asked. Suyu looked straight ahead and said calmly, "I'm just a nobody." Speaking too much was bound to make mistakes. Moreover, he was a wanted man, so it was not appropriate for him to speak too much to avoid exposing himself. However, the competition had always been dominated by the emissaries of light. Suyu's unexpected participation had already caused them to feel enmity towards him. Now, Suyu's unwillingness to converse with them naturally caused them to feel even more enmity. What attitude? "Xian Hua, the emissary of light is asking you a question." The man with delicate features stared at Suyu with dissatisfaction. Suyu looked up at him and said, "She asked and I answered. Is there anything wrong with that?" The man with delicate features was the sixth-ranked emissary of light, the Starfall emissary. Hearing Su Yu's quibbling, he was very displeased. Do you know who we are sitting in front of you? Do you know who we are? Su Yu said briefly, emissaries of light. It's good that you know. So? Su Yu calmly countered with a question. The Starfall emissary choked. So he should know how to speak to them. Who were the emissaries of light? Normally, they were great figures who were rarely seen. Ordinary martial artists would feel honored to see them. As the second-ranked emissary of light, Xianhua, it would be a great honor for Su Yu to be questioned by her personally. Ordinary people could not even dream of it. In the end, Su Yu actually had a cold and indifferent attitude. Furthermore, his words showed that he did not respect the emissaries of light. The Starfall emissary stared at Su Yu, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Do you know that normally, you do not even have the right to speak to us? She was not lying. With the status of the emissaries of light, ordinary people could not speak to them. Su Yu's eyes were calm. If I am not mistaken, you are the ones who are speaking to me. He had not taken the initiative to speak to them. You. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Starfall emissary's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to explode when Xianhua said calmly, forget it. The competition is a gathering of the Palace of Light. Everyone should participate peacefully. There is no need to make enemies. As she spoke, she smiled at Su Yu. I welcome you on behalf of the emissaries of light. Su Yu merely nodded his head slightly, then slowly closed his eyes and did not speak a single word. The Starfall emissary was infuriated. Who did he think he was to put on airs in front of the emissaries of light? Of course, since Xianhua had already spoken, he would not make things difficult for Su Yu. He sneered. Later, let me have a taste of your abilities. Let's see if your abilities match up to your arrogance. Su Yu's brows creased slightly. When had he ever been arrogant? He had simply not lowered his head to the emissaries of light as they had expected, to satisfy their desire to look down on all living beings. They were the ones who were arrogant, not Su Yu. A moment later, the crisp sound of a gong traveled into the heavenly palace of the martial paths. The martial artists watching the battle below were visibly stirred. Xianhua slowly stood up. There are still 2 hours before the competition begins. According to tradition, we will exchange martial arts skills. Su Yu knew this. Before the official competition, they needed to exchange pointers with each other to roughly determine the abilities of each participant. This exchange would serve as a reference for the final ranking. If Su Yu wanted to get second place, it would be best if he revealed some of his abilities during the exchange. Otherwise, it would affect the final result. He looked at the Starfall emissary. Didn't this person want to test his abilities? Then he would grant his wish. Sensing Su Yu's stealthy gaze, the Starfall emissary laughed. The competition between the emissaries of light is not over yet. Do you think it's your turn to fight? Take a good look at who the emissaries of light is and prepare yourself. At the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Su Yu shrugged. He was happy to see this. He could observe the abilities of the emissaries of light from the sidelines. Xianhua presided over the exchange. First match, Yonghua vs Starfall. Yonghua was the 7th-ranked emissary of light, but his abilities were at the level of a pathmaster. Starfall confidently walked to the center and smiled. Come, let me see how much you've improved after 10 years of training. 10 years ago, when they were competing for the ranking of the emissaries of light, Yonghua had been ranked 7th after losing by a single move. Chapter 2294. For the past 10 years, he had been desperately cultivating and keeping a low profile while concealing his true strength. The battle this time would probably give Starfall a huge shock. Starfall envoy, be careful. Yonghua took out 2 rings, 1 gold and 1 silver, and imbued them with a large amount of Dao Lord's power. Immediately, the 2 rings revolved rapidly around him. These were Dao tools that he had painstakingly refined for the past 10 years. The spectators' expressions suddenly changed. He actually condensed a Dao tool. Condensing a Dao tool required great perseverance and luck. Many Dao Lords who had become Dao Lords for tens of millions of years had not successfully condensed a Dao tool. Either they did not have the conditions, or they were unlucky. Starfall had only been a Dao Lord for about 10 years, yet he was already able to condense his own Dao tool. This was truly rare. Go! Yang Hua raised a finger, and the 2 rings, one gold and one silver, each shot out an incomparably thick beam of light, instantly attacking Starfall. Such might could be considered to be rather good amongst ordinary Dao Lords. If it was 10 years ago, this attack would have been enough to make it into the top 5. However, Starfall did not panic or feel fear like Yang Hua had imagined. Instead, he revealed a faint sneer. He reached to his waist and took out a purple vertical flute. The vertical flute glowed with a fluorescent light. It was obviously a Dao tool. Starfall actually condensed a Dao tool? The radiant envoys were shocked again. As he played, the flute produced extremely difficult notes that caused headaches and discomfort to those who heard it. Just as the 2 beams of light were about to hit Starfall, they strangely changed directions and attacked Yang Hua himself. Yang Hua was caught off guard and hurriedly put up a defense. However, he was still caught off guard and was sent flying by his own Dao tool. Halfway through his flight, before he could stabilize himself, a powerful domain enveloped him. Within the domain, he was attacked a second time. His body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. His face was pale and weak. Swoosh! Starfall elegantly put the vertical flute back into its sheath and had a mocking look on his face. Yang Hua, you have regressed in the past 10 years. Back then, you could still block 10 of my attacks. Why can't you even block one now? TSK. The radiant envoys pondered. It was not that Yang Hua's strength had regressed. Compared to 10 years ago, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The reason why he had lost so miserably was because Starfall's strength had greatly increased. With his strength, he might be able to challenge the 5th-ranked Wang Jiuyang. The light envoys, who were ranked at the bottom, looked at Wang Jiuyang with fear and admiration. Xian Hua sat firmly on the main seat and commented with a smile, Yang Hua's will is firm, and it's worth congratulating him for condensing a Taoist artifact. The flaw is that the Taoist artifact doesn't have enough spirituality, which is why it can be controlled by others and backfired on itself. Overall, it's not bad. The dispirited Yang Hua looked much better now. Xian Hua was a person who rarely praised others. Receiving a not bad from her meant that his 10 years of hard work had not gone to waste. Starfall also looked at Xian Hua expectantly, hoping to get her comment. Not only is Starfall's willpower astonishing, but he also diverted his attention to temper his domain. His cultivation hasn't fallen behind either. It's really rare. Not bad. A smile appeared on Starfall's face. Not bad. Such an evaluation coming from Xian Hua was something to be proud of. After all, it was a comment from the 2nd emissary of light, which was extremely rare. Like a queen, Xian Hua looked down at the rest of the envoys. Second match, Qing Ling against Huang Yang. One of them was ranked 9th, while the other was ranked 10th. The 2 of them were Dao Lords, but they hadn't condensed a Dao artifact yet. They fought with their domains. After more than 100 rounds, the victor was barely decided. Xian Hua's expression was calm. She commented, in the past 10 years, the 2 of you only managed to stabilize your cultivation. You haven't made any further progress. It's really disappointing. Every step in the Dao Lord realm was arduous. How difficult was it to make any breakthroughs? Stabilizing one's foundation in 10 years was already the result of one's hard work. If it were any other new Dao Lord, stabilizing one's foundation in 10 years would make them overjoyed. However, they were emissaries of light. This little achievement was not worthy of their identity and status. Next match, Kong Chu against Zhang Yuan. The other emissaries were instantly excited. Zhang Yuan was ranked 8th among the emissaries of light, but Kong Chu was ranked 3rd. His strength was second only to Xian Hua. His performance was very anticipated. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the arena. Zhang Yuan had a bitter expression as he bowed to Kong Chu. Emissary Kong Chu, please show mercy. I'll let you have one move, Kong Chu said. In a battle between Tao lords, one move was often enough to determine the victor. However, no one thought that Kong Chu was being conceited by letting Zheng Yuan have one move. This was because, given the difference in strength, Zheng Yuan might not have a chance of victory even if Kong Chu let him have 10 moves. Thank you. Zheng Yuan took a deep breath and attacked with all his might. Zheng Yuan did not condense his own Dao artifact to fight with his full-screen domain. His domain was a lightning domain. Once it was released, it immediately released boundless terrifying lightning at Kong Chu. The continuous flashes of lightning and the undulating sounds of thunder created a rather mighty scene, causing the envoys to nod their heads in approval. The reason why Zheng Yuan was ranked 8th was largely because of his domain, which was stronger than others' domains. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kong Chu did not even use a defensive barrier as he stood amidst the lightning. He allowed the lightning to strike him, but it did not harm his Dao body at all. As expected of Kong Chu amidst their astonishment, everyone could only sigh and cast pitiful gazes at Zheng Yuan. The greatest tragedy in sparring was not losing but being unable to move the other party even if they wanted to. Zheng Yuan smiled bitterly as he slowly retracted his domain. I've lost. Kong Chu nodded indifferently and said, continue working hard. With that said, he silently returned to his seat. Just like that, the sparring ended silently. Kong Chu didn't even make a single move, but he had already won. Subduing the enemy without a fight. Not bad, said Xian Hua nonchalantly. There was a hint of contempt in her tone. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the artistry. Others might think that Kong Chu was impressive for taking Zheng Yuan's domain head-on without any defense, but from Xian Hua's point of view, it was only because Kong Chu had prepared a defensive Dao artifact in advance. Otherwise, how could he be unscathed after taking Zheng Yuan's domain without any defense? Kong Chu had deliberately let him have one move because he was deliberately holding back his strength, unwilling to be seen by her. Kong Chu looked at Xian Hua with a hint of challenge in her eyes. She had been suppressed by Xian Hua and had long wanted to challenge him again. She could not miss out on this competition. She said, Emissary Xian Hua, why don't we spar? The eyes of many emissaries lit up. A battle between the second and third ranked emissaries was a rare major event. Everyone looked at Xian Hua in anticipation, eager to witness the battle between the two top emissaries. However, Xian Hua smiled faintly and shook her head. There's no need. Are you afraid of losing? Kong Chu's expression turned stiff. Xian Hua's eyes were filled with condescension as she said, No, I'm afraid that you can't afford to lose. Kong Chu said in a self-deprecating manner, Emissary Xian Hua, I'm a person who can't afford to lose. If I lose to you within 100 moves, I won't refuse to admit defeat. Xian Hua said indifferently, You've misunderstood me. I'm not saying that you're unwilling to admit defeat. Then what do you mean? Kong Chu frowned. Xian Hua did not say a word. She gently tapped the sky above her head with her slender finger. Instantly, the clear sky suddenly became covered in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and dark red flames spread in the clouds. A destructive aura of a great calamity suppressed all living beings to the point of trembling. As emissaries of light, their bodies trembled. They actually felt a majestic aura. Kong Chu revealed a shocked expression. Creating a heavenly tribulation with one finger. Your painting Dao has already reached such a level? Xian Hua slowly retracted her finger. The great calamity of heaven and earth quickly retreated, and the clear sky returned. Apart from the remaining pressure, there was nothing left. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Do you understand what I mean? Xian Hua said indifferently. Kong Chu's body stiffened on the spot for a long time. A bitter smile flashed across his lips. He bowed deeply to Xian Hua. I've lost. He understood what Xian Hua meant. She was not worried that he would not admit defeat. Instead, she was worried that after Kong Chu lost, he would be unable to recover due to the great disparity in strength between the two of them. Everyone stared at Xian Hua, and the anticipation in their eyes reached an unprecedented level. This was the strength of the second-ranked emissary of light. They could only look up to him. The sparring between the emissaries of light ended here. Xian Hua said, Now, We can make the rankings. I will be first, Kong Chu will be second, Starfall will be third, Yang Hua will be fourth. Huang Yang will be seventh. Finally, her gaze swept towards Su Yu. You will be eighth, she said calmly. The crowd below the stage cheered enthusiastically. This trip was not in vain. I got to see the sparring between the emissaries of light. Indeed, as expected of the emissaries of light. Their talents and abilities are frighteningly strong. With them, the Palace of Light will continue to prosper in the future. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Xian Hua smiled indifferently. Since the rankings have been decided, let's head to the hunting ground and prepare. Wait. A voice interrupted Xian Hua's announcement. Xian Hua's gaze shifted to the person who had spoken. Any objections? The person who had interrupted her was naturally Su Yu. He said seriously, may I ask, what is the basis for my ranking as the eighth? He had not even fought, and he had already been ranked last. Su Yu was not a vain person. If it had been any other occasion, he would not have cared about his ranking. But now, the ranking of this sparring match would affect the entire ranking of the Zhulu Divine Deer. It would directly affect whether he could get the antler of the Divine Deer of Light. Xian Hua calmly said, don't you think that I have placed you last for your own good? As she spoke, she glanced at Xingyun. Xingyun's enmity towards Su Yu was written all over her face. If she allowed Su Yu to spar with her, her fate would be extremely miserable. Kong Chu also looked at Su Yu and lightly shouted, human, don't be so ungrateful. Xian Hua's good intentions are yours. Chapter 2295. Starfall revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, Envoy Xian Hua is truly too benevolent. You actually treat someone who disrespected you so kindly. That's right, Xian Hua emissary. Not everyone is worthy of sympathy. A person with mediocre abilities and arrogance like him should actually be taught a lesson. A person like him will easily provoke some vicious and merciless people in the future, and they will kill him. Instead of that, why don't we teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth, so that he wouldn't dare act rashly again? That's right. Not only are we educating him on the principles of life, but we're also saving his life. Xian Hua envoy, don't harm him because of a moment of soft-heartedness. The group of envoys of light were trying to persuade Su Yu in a dignified manner. It was obvious that they wanted to take revenge on Su Yu, but they made themselves sound so noble, and were only short of becoming Su Yu's second parent. Xian Hua's brows furrowed slightly as she stared at them. Are you denying my decision? Under her gaze, everyone immediately shut their mouths guiltily. No one persisted. Thus, Xian Hua made the final decision and said, since that's the case, then we'll use the rankings from before. Wait. Su Yu interrupted her once again with a displeased look on his face. Do you light envoys always like to talk to yourselves like this? Xian Hua turned a deaf ear to Su Yu's objection to the ranking. Instead, she was immersed in her own benevolent imagination. You. Xian Hua was baffled. She had clearly helped Su Yu, so why didn't he appreciate her kindness? Xian Hua envoy. Look, what's the point of helping this kind of arrogant trash? No. This kind of person will be slapped to death sooner or later. Xian Hua envoy, let me spar with him. I need to let him know what it means to stop before going too far. Su Yu raised his eyebrows as he listened. What did he say to make the envoys of light so angry? He just wanted to participate in the spar. How did he become a sinner? All of you, shut up. Su Yu took a deep breath and shouted. His voice naturally carried a dragon's might. After he spoke, it instantly drowned out the voices of the radiant envoys. Even the noise from the countless spectators below the stage was suppressed. The whole place was filled with Su Yu's voice, which reverberated over and over again, and all other sounds were obliterated. When his voice dissipated, the entire place was silent. Su Yu stood up and walked to the center of the arena. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the few envoys of light. Do you want to come together or one by one? What? He wants to challenge everyone. And he even said that he wanted them to come at him together. This is simply too arrogant to the point of no bounds. Putting aside the feelings of the martial artists below the stage, The several light envoys on the stage were so angry that they laughed. A nameless junior dared to look down on the emissary of light in front of all the powerful martial artists in the world. Huang Yang, who was ranked last, snorted angrily, "Ignorant and fearless thing, you don't even know that we're saving you." He had already said the same thing twice. However, this time, he didn't finish his words, because Su Yu's gaze was like lightning, and he was staring at him. Two incomparably intense golden pillars of light shot out from his eyes. This was an additional talent that came with the great increase in the dragon blood in his body. He could use his eyes to stimulate the power of the dragon, and its power was not bad. He could kill or heavily injure any Dao Lord below the family head level with a single strike. Huang Yang hadn't even finished speaking when he was struck by the golden pillar of light. Having suffered such a heavy blow, Huang Yang spat out a large mouthful of blood, and was sent flying from the second level of the heavenly palace of martial paths to the first floor. With a dull thud, Huang Yang lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, his body twitching. He was seriously injured. At that moment, the boiling crowd slowly quieted down, and finally fell into an eerie silence. Seriously injuring the last-ranked light envoys with just one gaze? Swish, swish, swish. Su Yu instantly became the center of attention. "If you want to fight, let's fight." So long-winded. Su Yu couldn't hold back his temper, and directly attacked to shut him up. Looking at the remaining light envoys, Su Yu calmly said, "Do you want to come at me together, or alone?" Finally, the light envoys came to their senses, shocked and angry. Zheng Yuan took a step forward, reprimanding, "What's the use of sneak attacks? Don't think that you can step on us light envoys just like that." Another guy talking to himself. When had Su Yu ever taken the initiative to provoke them? They had always been the ones targeting Su Yu. Scram. Su Yu couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. His eyes once again shot out two golden beams of light. Zheng Yuan was furious at being interrupted, but having learned his lesson from Huang Yang's mistake, he immediately activated his Thunderbolt domain and shouted, "Petty tricks. I'll let you see the true power of the light envoys." Puff, however, the golden beam of light pierced through the Thunderbolt domain as if it were paper. It struck Zheng Yuan's body without any hindrance. Like Huang Yang, he spat out blood on the spot and flew out of the second level of the heavenly palace. Amidst the uproar below the stage, he crashed onto the ground and fainted on the spot. If Huang Yang, who was ranked last, had lost because of carelessness, Zheng Yuan, who was ranked 8th, was defeated in the same manner. That was alarming enough. Sure enough, Qing Ling, who was ranked 9th, had originally been filled with anger. At that moment, when Su Yu's gaze swept over, she averted her gaze, not even daring to look him in the eye. She was afraid that Su Yu would attack her next. The light envoy's aura had weakened considerably after Su Yu defeated one person in a row. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they had no choice but to retreat. "Let me spar with you." Yang Hua stepped forward from the crowd. As ranked 7th, he was only slightly stronger than Zheng Yuan. He had no confidence in defeating Su Yu. Taking out his golden-silver ringed doctrine artifact, Yang Hua attacked without a word. Su Yu stood where he was, shooting out two more golden beams of light. Compared to the previous two, they were much weaker. Even so, they still managed to disperse the beam of light shot out from Yang Hua's doctrine artifact. The remnants of the golden beam of light sent the doctrine artifact flying and smashed into Yang Hua's body, sending him stumbling backward and almost falling out of the heavenly palace of the martial paths. Yang Hua was bewildered. Why was the golden beam of light so much weaker this time? Was it because he lacked stamina, or? You should thank yourself for not being long-winded. Su Yu gave him the answer he wanted. Stand down. Yang Hua bit his lip. How could he be willing to admit defeat? However, the outcome of a spar was never decided by whether one was willing or not. He was not strong enough, so he could only admit defeat. I've lost. Yang Hua silently retreated. Su Yu had defeated 3 people in a single blow. The crowd was in an uproar. Who is he? Where is he from? Why is there such a powerful young heaven ruler in the light palace that has yet to be discovered? His strength is too terrifying. Chapter 2296. The first 2 times he had said the same thing, it had felt like arrogance. However, at this moment, from Su Yu's words, millions of people could feel a sense of domineering arrogance, as well as a sense of calmness, as if he was looking down on the world from the clouds. He did not need Xianhua's help, nor did he need the light envoys to teach him how to be a person. He did not need their so-called help. Xianhua's expression was calm, and she did not panic. She calmly said, "Starfall, you go." They could not attack together. The honor of the light envoys forced them to fight one-on-one. If they really attacked as a group, even if they won, they would still lose. Not only did Starfall not move forward, but he subconsciously shrank back. He said in a low voice, "Envoy Xianhua, this person is purposely causing trouble. Why should we be polite to him? Let's punish this person together to restore the honor of the light envoys." Previously, he had said that Su Yu was arrogant and that he would personally teach him a lesson. Now that it was his turn to fight, he had tried to drag Xianhua along with him. He was not afraid of losing. On the contrary, he felt that he could defeat Su Yu, but it would be a narrow victory. In the end, he might end up in a sorry state. In front of everyone, he had to be so pathetic to defeat someone he looked down on. He could not afford to lose face like this. "I do not wish to repeat myself," Xianhua calmly said, her voice a little colder. Kong Chu also glared at Starfall. "As the light envoys, how can you be afraid?" Starfall was immediately displeased by these words. Why did it sound like he was afraid to fight? He just did not want to win with too much difficulty. Since the two top-ranked light envoys had said so, Starfall could only grit his teeth and step forward. Traces of hostility appeared on his face, and he stared at Su Yu coldly. "That's fine," he said. "It will only be interesting if you have some abilities. Prepare yourself. Next, you might taste the feeling of being defeated by the envoy of light." Su Yu was rather disgusted by this person. Among the light envoys, Starfall had the strongest sense of superiority besides Wang Zhouyang. The former was ranked 5th, while the latter was ranked 6th. The more mediocre a person was, the more they liked to use their status to fill their vanity. On the contrary, Xianhua, Kong Chu, and Xian Yin, who were ranked higher, were more reserved. Just like the saying of the ancients, a full bucket of water makes no sound, but a half bucket of water makes a tinkling sound. "You are really talkative," Su Yu said calmly, while he shot out 2 golden light beams. Starfall was extremely displeased that he attacked without any hesitation. She roared, "Enough is enough." It was this beam of light that defeated 3 people in a row. He definitely didn't want to be the 4th person. Sure, he immediately drew out the long whistle from his waist and blew it on the spot. Ear-piercing notes rang out continuously. When the golden light beam was about to reach him, it strangely twisted its direction and turned toward Su Yu. "Pa!" The golden light beam immediately bombarded Su Yu. Starfall's face lit up with joy. She put down the whistle and lectured him with the tone of a senior. "I told you, you need to know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Otherwise, you'll end up, very..." He couldn't finish his words, as the 2 golden light beams didn't even leave a scratch on Su Yu's body. Just a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, and the 2 golden beams of light collapsed. Wasn't this scene similar to when Zhang Yuan attacked Kong Chu? Without putting up any defense, he took the opponent's attack head-on. It was the same for Su Yu. Xianhua's eyes glowed as she sized up Su Yu's clothes. She was trying to see if Su Yu was wearing a defensive-type Dao artifact like Kong Chu. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar. They were once again shocked by Su Yu's powerful physique. Starfall's words came to an abrupt halt, and her expression immediately turned solemn. Su Yu was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but he didn't think he would lose. "Humph, this is only the beginning, don't be too pleased." Starfall raised the whistle again, blowing it slowly. When had Su Yu ever been pleased? He should be the one feeling pleased. He had thought that he had dealt a heavy blow to Su Yu, but he hadn't. The low and difficult sound of the flute rang out once again. This time, it was controlling Su Yu's body. His body seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Especially his right hand, which had lifted up on its own to slap his own face. The Dao artifact could not only control the Dao artifact, but it could also control the opponent's body. Starfall sneered. After he had cultivated the Tao artifact, he had sparred with a few family masters. Even people as strong as them found the Tao artifact troublesome. Su Yu was no exception. He laughed coldly, controlling Su Yu's palm to slap his own face. There should be nothing more embarrassing than slapping his own face, right? But just as Su Yu's palm was about to slap his own face, Su Yu's palm suddenly stopped, not continuing. What was going on? Starfall sped up the whistle, but Su Yu's palm did not lose control. Instead, he put it down. Looking at Su Yu's face, a hint of mockery flashed past. Seeing that you were playing the flute with all your might, I reluctantly played along. His body was flowing with dragon blood, emitting a shocking pressure. Any external force that entered his body would be dispersed by the dragon energy. How could the notes played by Starfall control him? He was just putting on a show for Starfall to entertain him. How could this be? Starfall did not believe that his Tao artifact could not deal with Su Yu. He played the flute even harder, creating an even more ear-piercing and unpleasant note. Even the light envoys watching the battle could not help but cover their ears. But he still showed no signs of controlling Su Yu. He merely frowned. It's a little noisy. He slowly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. With this breath, all the atmosphere within a 10,000-mile radius was sucked away by Su Yu. The huge change caused the clouds in the sky to change. Many mortals were temporarily suffocated, clutching their throats in pain. Only when the atmosphere in the distance filled up the vacuum did they regain their composure. Looking at Su Yu, his skinny body was like a balloon that had been inflated. His entire body had swelled up to 3 times its original size. Xian Hua's pupils shrank. Activate the defensive barrier. She took the lead and drew an umbrella above her head. A large expanse of golden light fell from the edge of the umbrella and protected her within. The rest of the people activated their defensive barriers one after the other, retreating. Starfall also felt a great threat. His eyelids twitched, and the notes he played became even more chaotic and ear-piercing. Roar! At that moment, Su Yu suddenly opened his mouth, exhaling the air he had sucked in. A mighty dragon's roar roared out. The endless pressure contained in the dragon's roar swept out in all directions. The crowd watching the battle below the stage fell to the ground like chives. The impact spread over thousands of miles, triggering a series of wails and cries. If this was the case in the distance, the entire heavenly palace of the martial path was shaking. The immense destructive power of the dragon's roar shattered many of the decorations in the heavenly palace of the martial path. Even several beams fell. Fortunately, the heavenly palace was maintained by an extraordinary and powerful seal. Otherwise, it would have collapsed from the roar. Looking at Starfall, who was closer, his robe had been shredded like strips of cloth. The long whistle in his hand had been shaken away by the dragon's roar. He stood on the spot like a log, his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth covered in blood. Even his whole body was blood red. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the blood of the Pathmaster was overflowing from his pores. Facing the dragon's roar head-on, he looked fine on the surface, but his insides had been shattered into pieces. A gust of wind blew past. Starfall's eyes were wide open, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He breathed in less and exhaled more. He was on the verge of death. Hiss! The crowd below the stage stood up, their faces full of horror. With just one roar, he had almost killed the 6th-ranked emissary of light. This was the upper-class sound wave technique. Compared to this, Starfall's manipulation of Tao artifacts was just a minor skill. The dragon's roar was also an additional talent that Su Yu had obtained after the dragon blood in his body soared. Not only did it contain a sound wave attack, but it also contained the coercion of a dragon. Su Yu looked indifferent. I hope my attack this time will make you understand the immensity of heaven and earth. I also hope that from now on, you will be more restrained, lest you die one day without knowing how you died. Su Yu repeated what Starfall had said to him. The emissary of light, who had been defeated by Su Yu, felt ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was not Su Yu who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but them. They had said they wanted to teach Su Yu how to behave. Now that they thought about their own faces, they were the ones who were truly arrogant. After defeating 4 people in a row, Su Yu's momentum was like the sun in the sky. Countless people were secretly guessing his identity. The heavenly rulers of the Light Palace had gone through many selections. How could they have missed such an earth-shattering person? Su Yu's eyes were calm as he looked at Xianhua and Kong Chu. I don't mind if the two of you join forces. Finally, the crowd erupted. This was the pinnacle battle of this year's martial arts competition. A nameless heavenly ruler was challenging the top two emissaries of the Light Palace. Xianhua looked straight into Su Yu's eyes. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't overdo it. Su Yu had already defeated 4 people in a row, negatively affecting the emissary's supreme honor. If even Kong Chu was defeated by him, it would inevitably raise doubts about the abilities of this year's emissary of light. Su Yu laughed. What do you mean by don't overdo it? Do you mean that in a fair duel, only the emissaries of light are allowed to defeat others, but others are not allowed to defeat you? Xianhua didn't speak, but just looked at Su Yu calmly. The faint smile on her face disappeared. Let me do it. Kong Chu stepped forward, his face filled with fighting spirit. I, the emissary of light, am a person who can afford to lose. Previously, in order to challenge Xianhua, he had concealed his abilities. However, after Xianhua displayed that finger, he knew that his abilities were insufficient. Hence, there was no need for him to conceal his abilities. All right, Su Yu said. Since you are quite straightforward, I will let you have one move first. Among the emissaries of light present, there were only 2 people who did not mock him. One was Xianhua, and the other was him. Hence, Su Yu was especially merciful. He had decided to let Kong Chu have one move first. Otherwise, once he attacked, Kong Chu would not even have the chance to retaliate. What? Chapter 2297. Isn't he too arrogant? How dare he allow Kong Chu to strike first? Kong Chu dared to allow Zhang Yuan a strike because of the disparity in strength, so it's fine for him to allow Zhang Yuan a strike. However, Kong Chu is ranked 3rd among the radiant emissaries. Even Xianhua might not dare act so arrogantly. I don't believe that he would dare to take Kong Chu's strike without retaliating. It's impossible. Kong Chu's expression changed, and he furrowed his brows. Aren't you too confident in your abilities? The abilities of the top 3 light envoys are vastly different from the ones ranked behind them. He felt like he was being looked down upon. Su Yu had probably gotten carried away by Su Yu's 4 consecutive victories. Su Yu smiled calmly. There's no point in talking any further. Let's fight. Kong Chu had already lost his temper. He thought that he had already done all he could, and since Su Yu insisted on this, why should he hold back? Then, be careful. Kong Chu took a deep breath and released a terrifying aura of a family master. Upon seeing this, exclamations came from below the stage. Ah! Family master level. Kong Chu has actually broken through to such a level. 10 years ago, he was still an ordinary pathmaster. Only a few years have passed since then. Oh my god! Kong Chu really hid his abilities well. However, this will stop that human lad. Ha ha ha, he probably didn't expect that Kong Chu was an expert at the level of a family master, yet he still allowed him to strike first. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Compared to the mockery of the spectators, Kong Chu was quite calm. He looked straight into Su Yu's eyes and said, "It's not too late for you to back out now." Su Yu said calmly, "I will keep my word." Attack. Kong Chu shook his head inwardly. He felt that Su Yu was just suffering because he wanted to save face. After revealing his true cultivation, Su Yu still dared to act so arrogantly. He was probably too embarrassed to take back his words. What a pity. Kong Chu sighed, then attacked without any hesitation. Not only did he take out a doctrine artifact, but he also released his own domain. Coupled with the power of a pathmaster, his attack was enough to crush any ordinary pathmaster. Seeing that Su Yu was engulfed by the doctrine artifact and the domain, many people's eyes were filled with mockery. It was as if they could already see him begging for mercy. The light envoy's dignity was inviolable. Even Kong Chu himself showed a regretful expression. Unfortunately, if he had the battle record of 4 consecutive victories, he would definitely soar into the sky, and his name would resound throughout the Palace of Light. Not only did he challenge him, he was so arrogant that he gave him a handicap. As a result, he suffered a crushing defeat and became the laughingstock of the world. Sigh. What's the point? Kong Chu sighed. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Su Yu had indeed been hit by the attack of the Dao artifact and the realm, but he hadn't been killed as expected. In fact, there were no injuries at all. What shocked Kong Chu the most was that Su Yu didn't even use the simplest defensive barrier, and he just allowed his attacks to land on his body. The surface of his body was shrouded in thick blood energy. This was a natural reaction of his body after being attacked. The blood chi condensed together to form a crouching crimson dragon. His all-out attack couldn't penetrate the blood-red dragon at all. The hundreds of millions of martial artists who were waiting to see Su Yu's end were completely shocked. No. It can't be. He actually took Kong Chu's attack head-on. What's important isn't whether he can receive it or not. It's that he doesn't even have any defense. He's relying on his body to receive it. Who is he? Kong Chu watched in shock for a long time. His heart was filled with many complicated emotions. Shock, disbelief, unwillingness, and disappointment. It was only when Su Yu's blood energy shook and forced Kong Chu's Dao artifact and realm away and he was about to attack that Kong Chu came back to his senses. His face was filled with bitterness as he bowed deeply to Su Yu. Your abilities are at the peak of perfection. Kong Chu admits defeat. His admission of defeat caused the originally silent arena to fall into an instant of deathly silence. No one felt that Kong Chu's admission of defeat was too abrupt. After all, was there still a need to exchange pointers with someone who stood there motionlessly and didn't move at all? The two of them weren't even on the same level. Everyone finally looked at Xian Hua. With Su Yu's abilities, he would undoubtedly continue to challenge Xian Hua. Were they, the emissaries of light, really going to be defeated one by a nameless person? If news of this spread, the nearby Nightless Empire would surely mock the light envoys for being in name but not in reality. This martial arts competition would be a dark day for the light envoys and the light palace. Just as everyone was feeling extremely gloomy, Su Yu suddenly said, "Forget it. Let's end the exchange here." For some unknown reason, everyone felt relieved and heaved a long sigh of relief. It was as if they felt that if they continued, Xian Hua would be defeated. Let me rearrange the rankings. Xian Hua is first, I'm second, you're third, you're fourth, you're fifth. Su Yu was like a champion, rearranging the rankings in front of everyone. Because he had never paid attention to their names, apart from Xian Hua, he used you to replace them. It sounded like he was being extremely disrespectful. However, no one thought so anymore, because Su Yu had absolute abilities that allowed him to disregard their names. If you have any objections, you can step forward. Su Yu looked around at the light envoys. Apart from Xian Hua, everyone else who he looked at had to lower their heads, unable to look him in the eye. Xian Hua's red lips parted slightly. Actually, you can continue to challenge. There was a hint of anger in her words. He had defeated 5 light envoys in a row, and even the third place was not spared. This was an unprecedented blow to the reputation of the light envoys. She had already warned Su Yu to stop before going too far, but he still went his own way, insisting on defeating Kong Chu as well. It was not a big deal for the first 4 to be defeated, as their rankings were quite low. However, Kong Chu was different. Even he, who was in third place, had been defeated. How would outsiders view the light envoys? They would probably think that they did not live up to their names. Su Yu could hear the hidden anger in her words. He calmly said, "No need. I'm tired. I'll rest for a while." Tired? From the beginning to the end, Su Yu had never used any of his primordial power. What was most undeniable was that Su Yu had been standing in the same spot since the start of the challenge, not moving a single step. Today's battle had made Su Yu famous in the Light Palace. Xian Hua's crystal eyes were solemn. "Tell me your name." The hundreds of millions of martial artists were also shocked, staring at Su Yu. They were too curious about where such a peerless genius had come from in the Light Palace. They had not suspected that Su Yu was someone from the outside world because those who could participate in the martial arts championship had to go through identity checks. Only people from the Light Palace could pass. However, Xian Hua's tone was a problem. Rather than a question, it was more of an order. Su Yu calmly said, "We'll talk after you defeat me." The so-called victory was naturally not the sparring, but the overall ranking in the martial arts championship. "I'm not interested in the name of someone who has lost to me, and I don't want to know," Xian Hua retorted. Su Yu shrugged. "It's not too late to talk about that after you win." Xian Hua and Su Yu looked at each other. Their gazes seemed to collide violently in the air. "Let's go to the hunting ground." Xian Hua slammed the table and flew off. The rest of the light envoys followed. Su Yu walked at the back of the pack, his mind replaying the rules of the martial arts championship. There were many wild creatures in the hunting ground. Among them, there were wild beasts that had yet to develop spiritual intelligence, as well as criminals imprisoned by the Light Palace. The points awarded for hunting them varied according to their abilities. Among the prey, the one with the highest points was undoubtedly the light divine deer. It alone was worth 1,000 points. Among the rest, Xia Yian's level was worth 500 points. However, there was only one such prey in the entire hunting ground. There were 10 family master-level prey, each worth 100 points. There were 100 ordinary path master-level prey, each worth 20 points. They were scattered in every corner of the hunting ground. How to find and kill them depended on their own abilities. A moment later, the fog forest, surrounded by layers of seals, appeared in front of them. Su Yu tried to use his transparent eye, but the layer of fog was extremely isolating, and he could not see too far. At most, he could only see 10 miles away. Congratulations on participating in the Martial Arts Championship. A group of beauties in palace attire had already been waiting at the entrance of the seal. In the middle of them was a beautiful woman in a black palace dress. She had beautiful eyes and was extremely beautiful. However, her aura was extremely frightening, almost on par with Xia Yian's. "Greetings, Deputy Palace Master Lu." Xian Hua and the others stepped forward respectfully. "Deputy Palace Master?" Su Yu was secretly surprised. No wonder he was so powerful. He followed suit and bowed. "No need to be so polite." Deputy Palace Master Lu smiled. When his gaze swept past Su Yu, he was slightly surprised. It was strange that someone other than the Light Envoy was participating. Such a situation was rarely seen in the previous martial arts championship. It must be a heaven ruler that they had missed. Seeing Su Yu standing behind the Envoy of Light, Deputy Palace Master Lu knew that Su Yu's abilities should be ranked below theirs. Thinking like this, she didn't care much about it. She took out a few ice crystals in the shape of thunderbolts and said, "One for each of you, and instill your blood essence into them. Once you encounter any danger you can't resist inside, just crush it, and you'll be teleported out by the restrictive spell." Understood. Everyone did as they were told. This was a life-saving talisman, and they could not be careless. Also, a reminder. Other than the wild beasts, we have captured a new batch of criminals. Not only are they strong, but they are also extremely cunning. You must be careful when hunting them. Su Yu's heart was on alert. For Deputy Palace Master Lu to personally warn him, this batch of criminals must be very dangerous. Even though Su Yu had powerful abilities, he did not dare be careless. "Let's go." Deputy Palace Master Lu opened the entrance and let them in. After all of them had entered, one of Deputy Palace Master Lu's confidants asked worriedly, "Deputy Palace Master, is it really okay to let those criminals in? In order to capture them, we lost no less than 3 Patriarch-level powerhouses. The Light Envoys have only cultivated for a short period of time. I'm afraid their abilities are not as good." Hearing this, Deputy Palace Master Lu's brows furrowed. He sighed. "Palace Master, how could you not know? But we cannot take things one step at a time. In a few decades, it will be the great calamity of the world. At that time, everything will be destroyed. The Light Envoys can only train even harder to have the opportunity to enter an 8-star civilization. So, letting them encounter danger is for their own good." Chapter 2298. Hearing the words calamity of the world, the aide's face was filled with fear. He let out a long, bitter sigh. The end of the era, the destruction of the holy mountain. Who can avoid this? Perhaps only the rumored 8-star civilizations had the answer. At least in the outer realms, there was no shelter. Once the end of the era began, every 7-star civilization would be destroyed in an instant. Therefore, all the 7-star civilizations were trying their best to send people to the 8-star civilizations. Some of the 8-star civilizations had promised that if the people they sent reached a satisfactory level, they could use a divine technique to pull the entire civilization into the 8-star civilization and avoid the calamity. Regardless of whether it was the Bright Palace, the Nightless Empire, or the other 7 civilizations, they had spared no effort in sending talents. There were only 80 years left until the destruction of the Holy Mountain. The current batch of light envoys was the last batch of geniuses that the Bright Palace could nurture. The Bright Palace had placed its hopes on them, hoping to nurture them to the satisfaction of the 8-star civilizations. Therefore, under the instructions of the Great Palace Master, the danger level of this competition was greatly increased, in order to stimulate their potential to the greatest extent. Vice Palace Master Lu looked toward the fog forest, muttering, "I hope they gain something." The fog forest. The moment they entered, the light envoys split up, searching for prey alone. Su Yu looked up at the sky, releasing his heavenly eyes to observe from above. His vision was 10 times larger than normal, allowing him to see a range of 100 miles. He chose a direction, searching with the help of his heavenly eyes. Half a day later, Su Yu stopped, standing on a pile of corpses, a look of surprise on his face. The area of the fog forest was not large. In half a day, he should have covered 1/10 of the area. What was bizarre was that during this period of time, not to mention hunting, he didn't even see a single savage beast. Moreover, he had even met Kong Chu, who had not killed a single beast. Strange. With the amount of prey they released, this should not be the case, Su Yu thought. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar. Su Yu immediately used his heavenly eyes to investigate, discovering that there was movement in a lake 100 miles away. He immediately headed over. Soon, when he was 10 miles away from the lake, Su Yu slowed down. He himself hid behind a giant tree and observed from a close distance with the heavenly eyes. The ripples in the lake did not subside for a long time. At the center of the ripples, a snow-white, long-necked savage beast was currently hunting for food in the lake. Judging from the spiritual pressure emanating from its body, it should be an ordinary Dowlord savage beast. At this moment, it was happily hunting as if there was no one around it, and it did not notice any danger at all. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings and prepared to capture him. Unexpectedly, a figure flew out a step ahead of him. He used his lightning domain to launch a sneak attack on the long-necked savage beast. The savage beast was shocked. In its panic, it didn't even have the time to use its innate talent before it was enveloped by the boundless domain. After a series of frenzied flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder, the savage beast let out a miserable shriek and collapsed with a loud bang, causing a huge splash in the air. Zhang Yuan jumped onto the savage beast with a look of delight. "I've finally caught one. It sure wasn't easy." It turned out that it wasn't just Su Yu and Kong Chu, but even Zhang Yuan hadn't been able to capture them. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he felt that something was amiss. The 3 of them each chose a direction. They had covered at least 30% of the dense fog forest in half a day, but they had not managed to find anything. Where had the savage beasts gone? Why was there one here all of a sudden? Just as he was deep in thought, the heavenly eyes suddenly projected a strange scene. Deep within the lake, a dark, circular patch of red had appeared, and it kept rising from the bottom of the lake to the surface. The heavenly eyes were able to detect it due to its high vantage point. But Zhang Yuan was oblivious. He was happily storing the savage beast into his space storage artifact. Splash! Suddenly, the sound of water could be heard. An extremely sharp pitch-black spike shot out from the bottom of the lake, piercing toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was caught off guard and could only release his domain in time to resist the black spike. But the spike was extremely dangerous. It completely ignored the domain and headed straight for Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan was shocked. He could no longer care about the savage beast as he turned to flee. His body brushed past the black spike as he fled back to the shore. Turning his head, he saw a giant savage beast slowly float up from the bottom of the lake. It looked like a horse, but it was 100,000 feet long. On its forehead was a gigantic scarlet eye. There was also a pitch-black horn on its head. Zheng Yuan had nearly been pierced to death by this horn. A family patriarch-level savage beast. Zheng Yuan's scalp tingled as he fled for his life without any hesitation. However, how could Zheng Yuan escape from a family patriarch-level savage beast? Just as he fled for dozens of kilometers, the unicorn caught up to him at lightning speed. The horn on its head emitted an extremely powerful black beam of light. Sensing the intense life-and-death danger, Zheng Yuan crushed the crystal with a look of indignation. Immediately, a beam of light shot out from the restriction, protecting Zheng Yuan within. The black beam of light immediately dissipated when it struck the light. Following that, the light swept Zheng Yuan out of the dense fog forest. Having failed in its pursuit, the unicorn returned to the lake and came before the long-necked savage beast. It lowered its head to treat its injuries. But at that moment, there was a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Alarmed, the unicorn immediately released a black stream of light from its horn to protect its body. But by the time it heard the sound, a pitch-black arrow had already pierced through its body. The immense force sent its 100,000-foot body flying for hundreds of kilometers, smashing through the forest. Finally, it was pinned to the ground by the seemingly small black arrow as it struggled violently. Swoosh! A human figure descended above its head, looking at it with a thoughtful expression. You savage beasts know how to set up ambushes? Su Yu had seen Zheng Yuan's predicament clearly from the side. The snow-white savage beast had been used as prey to lure the light emissary. The unicorn had been used as a trump card, hidden in the dark to deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. But the thin spiritual intelligence would not have done such a thing. The unicorn neighed. Other than struggling, it did not understand what Su Yu was asking. Sighing, Su Yu put the unicorn back into his storage space. However, Su Yu did not touch the unconscious snow-white barbaric beast. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed the savage beast. Half a day later, it finally awoke. It first looked around cautiously. After confirming that there was no one around, it lowered its head and trotted in a certain direction. Su Yu's gaze flickered. There was indeed a problem. He used his invisibility technique to secretly follow it. The snow-white savage beast was very cunning. It circled back and forth a few times, choosing a place to rest, causing others to think that it was just moving about normally. If there was someone secretly following it, they would quickly give up on following it. But Su Yu always believed in his own judgment. Once he made a judgment, he would follow it to the end. Just like that, a few days later, the snow-white savage beast confirmed that it was not being followed and finally sped off in a certain direction. Not long after, it arrived in front of a giant ice mountain filled with caves of all sizes. This ice mountain was the habitat of a creature called the dark snow moon rabbit. But at the moment, there was not a single dark snow moon rabbit, as if they had all been scared away. The snow-white savage beast walked into the heart of the mountain from a larger cave. Deep within the mountain, there were hundreds of savage beasts. Most of them were at the level of a pathmaster, with a few at the level of a family master. When Su Yu secretly followed them to this place, his expression changed. No wonder there were no savage beasts in the mist forest. They were all gathered here. His gaze probed deeper into the heart of the mountain, and he discovered some people. They were not savage beasts, but living creatures of a certain race. There were about 10 of them, and they were from various races. One of them was a green-robed man. His entire body was covered in various beast diagrams. He held a round ball in his hand, and his mouth was continuously speaking in a strange language. The savage beasts looked at the green-robed man with reverence. After the snow-white savage beast entered, it trembled in fear as it approached the green-robed man, telling him what had happened in beast language. The green-robed man understood what the snow-white savage beast was saying through the round ball. He said angrily, "Trash. You let go of the person you have captured. Where is the unicorn? Why did it not return with you?" The snow-white savage beast roared a few times, as if saying that it did not know where the unicorn had gone. "Betray me? Me? The green-robed man took out an old talisman from his sleeves. There was a drop of the unicorn's blood on it. He stuck the talisman on his body, and a strange scene appeared. The beast diagrams on his body wriggled, as if they were alive, and swallowed the talisman in one gulp. Su Yu, who was hiding in the dark, felt his space storage device tremble slightly. He looked inside, and discovered that the injured unicorn had died tragically. That green-robed man is controlling all the savage beasts here? Su Yu's heart trembled. That was almost all the savage beasts. How did he do it? At this moment, Su Yu heard movement behind him. He continued to hide and observe silently. He saw people from various races returning with a group of injured savage beasts. One of the people from one of the races caused Su Yu's heart to tremble violently. He could not believe his eyes. There was a woman who looked like a human among them. She wore a snow-white dress, and her expression was numb. She led an injured savage beast into the cave expressionlessly, and said, "This savage beast encountered the third-ranked emissary of light. Not only did it not manage to capture him, but it was almost captured by him." The green-robed man walked over, but he did not look at the injured savage beast. Instead, he looked at the woman with concern. "Yua, are you all right?" The woman named Yua had a cold look in her eyes. "With my cultivation level, how many of the emissaries of light can threaten me? Also, my name is Xie Xiaoye, not Yua." She was none other than Xie Xiaoye, whom Su Yu had spared. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she had become a prisoner of the Palace of Light, and had been banished to the hunting grounds. Seeing her, Su Yu felt a myriad of emotions. Chapter 2299. If he had not destroyed the Pirate Alliance, she would not have left her home and become a prisoner. Perhaps it is fate that I met her here, Su Yu thought to himself as he continued to observe. "Yua, don't be like this. Without me, you would have fallen into the mouths of the beasts and become their food," the green-robed man chuckled. His words sounded like he was trying to coerce her. When Xie Xiaoye had been banished to the hunting ground, she had been attacked by 2 family master-level beasts. Luckily, the green-robed man had entered earlier and saved her, controlling the beasts. Otherwise, Xie Xiaoye might really have become food in the beasts' stomachs. Xie Xiaoye's lips twitched, but she sighed and did not resist. He had saved her life. She would let him do whatever he wanted unless it was too much. Beast Slave King, did the rest of the people capture the light emissaries? The green-robed man was called the Beast Slave King, and he was the leader of the tribe. He was skilled in a skill that no one else knew: controlling beast. Apart from the beast at Xie Yian's level, the rest of the beasts in the fog forest were all controlled by the green-robed man. Although his cultivation level was only at the level of a pathmaster, he controlled an army of beasts and was worthy of being their leader. Xie Xiaoye was willing to join him not only because he had saved her life, but more importantly, they had the same goal: to escape from the fog forest. The seals of the fog forest were terrifying. Even if they gathered all the beasts and their people, they would not be able to break through. Fortunately, the fog forest was about to usher in a competition that happened once every 50 years. Only then would they have a chance. Their initial plan was to capture a group of light emissaries and force the Palace of Light to let them leave by holding them hostage. Given how much the Palace of Light valued the light emissaries, the plan would definitely succeed if they could hold them hostage. Therefore, they had meticulously planned for a long time, setting up ambushes in many places. Unfortunately, they had not succeeded so far. Because every light emissary had a life-saving talisman that could allow them to escape at a critical moment. Unless they could catch one of the light emissaries off guard, they would not be able to escape. "Not yet," the Beast Slave King sighed. "They are all a bunch of trash." As soon as Zhongxian said those words, the 100 savage beasts panted uneasily, afraid that he would kill them in a fit of rage. "I'll go out again to see if I can try my luck," Xie Xiaoye said. She did not want to be in the same room as the Beast Slave King. Xie Xiaoye was very clear about his intentions. Not long after she joined them, the Beast Slave King took advantage of her deep meditation to sneak into her seclusion room to plot against her. Fortunately, she was vigilant and had set up some measures in advance, which allowed her to wake up in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since then, The beast slave king had openly gotten close to her, and had even faintly considered himself her man. Anyone who tried to get close to her was sent away by the beast slave king for various reasons and never came back. Everyone knew that those people had already been eaten by the savage beasts controlled by the beast slave king. Xie Xiaoye was indebted to this person, so even though Xie Xiaoye was extremely disgusted, she couldn't say anything. She could only choose to reduce contact with him as much as possible. The beast slave king hesitated. He didn't want Xie Xiaoye to leave. The more time they spent together, the more opportunities they would have to get closer to each other. But among the people he recruited, in terms of strength, experience, and ability, if Xie Xiaoye said she was second, no one would say they were first. Capturing the light emissary was a matter of whether or not they could leave this place. He could only let Xie Xiaoye go. All right, bring 2 family master-level savage beasts with you to protect yourself. The beast slave king dispatched the 2 family master-level savage beasts. Xie Xiaoye nodded her snow-white chin lightly, and her whole body relaxed as she left. Looking at Xie Xiaoye's beautiful figure as she left, an evil glint flashed across the beast slave king's eyes, and he laughed coldly. Little girl, you can't escape from my evil clutches. Sooner or later, I will make you listen to me obediently. Su Yu looked at the beast slave king indifferently, then looked at the hundreds of savage beasts beside him. He retreated expressionlessly and secretly followed Xie Xiaoye. There were too many savage beasts in the cave. If all the light emissaries and him entered, once they alarmed the herd of savage beasts, no one would be able to escape. On the contrary, the 2 savage beasts beside Xie Xiaoye could still plot something. Moreover, he also wanted to have a talk with Xie Xiaoye. He had been tailing Xie Xiaoye, and only after half a day had passed, when they were completely far away from the ice mountain, was he ready to take action. However, Xie Xiaoye suddenly stopped in her tracks, and said without turning her head, "You have been following me for so long. Can you come out now?" Su Yu's heart thumped as he wondered. Have I been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. He had borrowed the power of nothingness left behind by the little Kirin in the past, so it should be hard for him to detect it. Sure, just as he was about to show himself, a beautiful figure flashed in front of him. A woman wearing an ink-black dress with an indifferent expression floated in the air. Xian painting. It was actually her. Looks like you noticed me a long time ago. Xian Hua played with a brush in her hand, a faint smile on her face. Xie Xiaoye turned around with a cold expression. You're quite capable to be able to track our base. Every single savage beast had been specially trained by the beast slave king, so it was impossible for them to be tailed to their lair. The fact that the girl in front of him was able to find that place showed that she had extraordinary abilities. Xie Xiaoye sensed Xian Hua's presence as soon as they left the ice mountain. However, she did not dare to alert the enemy. If she rashly informed the beast slave king, he would definitely escape. How could she find her then? Therefore, she had pretended not to know anything until now. You flatter me. I'm just a little clever. Xian Hua looked at Xie Xiaoye and the 2 patriarch-level savage beasts beside her. I don't want to hurt you, so it's better for you to admit defeat yourself. Xie Xiaoye was expressionless as she asked, admit defeat, and then be treated as your spoils of war, right? She had heard from the beast slave king that any prey in the mist forest, whoever caught it would own it and be at their disposal. After becoming someone else's slave, not only would her situation not improve, it would instead become even worse. At least in the mist forest, she still had a certain degree of freedom. If she became someone else's slave, she would not be able to control her life or death, honor or disgrace. Therefore, if it was possible, she still had to fight. Capture a radiant emissary and use it to escape from the light palace. You're young, but you talk big, Xie Xiaoye said. You're ranked quite high among the radiant emissaries, right? Xie Xiaoye would never have thought that the person standing in front of her was the second-ranked genius. She would be ranked first among the radiant emissaries in the past. Her terrifying strength was far beyond what Xie Xiaoye could handle. It's all right, I'm not ranked first anyway, Xian Hua said indifferently. Xie Xiaoye nodded. Then, let's see how strong we are. Roar! The 2 patriarch-level savage beasts roared loudly and immediately released their talents. One of them could control the gravity of the earth, while the other could devour the blood essence of others with its gaze. They were both very powerful savage beasts. However, Xian Hua's expression was indifferent. She held a brush in her hand and lightly drew 2 strokes in the air, drawing out a mirror without edges. The reflection of the mirror was clearly attacking Xian Hua's talent, but it actually attacked them instead. Instantly, the 3, including Xie Xiaoye, felt an incomparably strong gravitational force. Xie Xiaoye was still fine, using her dense Dao Lord power to resist. The 2 enormous savage beasts whimpered and immediately fell to the ground, struggling with difficulty. Painting as the Dao, could you be the second-ranked Xian Hua? Xie Xiaoye more or less knew a little about this generation's radiant emissary. There was no need to say too much about the Daughter of Destiny. She could be said to be an invincible woman. As for the second-ranked Xian Hua, Xie Xiaoye had also heard of her many times. It was said that she cultivated the painting Dao, which very few people would choose. Anything she casually drew could become a physical object. The most terrifying thing was that she could even draw Dao artifacts. The mirror in front of her was definitely a Dao artifact. This was equivalent to Xian Hua controlling all the Dao artifacts she had seen before. "It's me. Are you surprised?" Xian Hua said with a smile, her eyes full of mockery. Xie Xiaoye's heart was full of bitterness. She was only shocked, not happy. If she had known that Xian Hua would come personally, why would she fight her alone? Crescent moon hook. Xie Xiaoye resisted with difficulty. Her 2 eyes suddenly turned into 2 incomplete moons. An abnormally sharp invisible blade shot out, completely cutting away the gravity that was suppressing her, and at the same time slashed toward Xian Hua. Xian Hua covered her mouth and laughed. "I thought you would immediately run away." She unhurriedly drew a golden bell in front of her. The golden bell immediately became a physical object. When it was hit by the invisible blade, the golden bell let out a violent buzz. The buzzing sound was extremely powerful to the soul. Xie Xiaoye felt a splitting headache. Her vision became blurry, and she was about to lose consciousness. In just a few rounds, Xian Hua had subdued the 2 family master-level beasts and Xie Xiaoye. Su Yu, who was observing in secret, felt his heart tremble. Xian Hua's Dao was indeed unpredictable. Fortunately, he had the demonic soul stone to protect his soul from the buzzing sound of the golden bell just now. Otherwise, he would have fallen for it. If he were to fight this woman, he might not be able to defeat Xian Hua if he did not use his full strength. Seeing that Xian Hua was about to restrain Xie Xiaoye, Su Yu knew he could not wait any longer. He revealed himself. Xian Hua was shocked when she saw his aura. She did not expect there to be someone else in the dark. Without thinking, Xian Hua's palm moved like lightning, drawing out several Dao artifact-level longswords in the air, forming a sword formation. Whoosh, 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 the endless sword formation swept forward. It could not only block the enemy, but it could also kill the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Hua took a step forward and grabbed Xie Xiaoye. However, since Su Yu had attacked, he must have anticipated the possible outcome. Time and space, freeze. He activated the time and space law in an instant, freezing the sword formation. Xian Hua was also frozen, but she still had the ability to move. It was just that in comparison, she was much slower. Su Yu took the opportunity to catch up. Before she could, he grabbed Xie Xiaoye by the waist and carried her away. When the time and space freeze ended, Xian Hua grabbed nothing but air. She staggered and almost fell into Su Yu's arms. Su Yu did not stop, continuing to flee. He did not want to fight Xian Hua too early, especially when the outcome of the battle in the Mist Forest was still undecided. Chapter 2300. It's you. Xian Hua shouted angrily as she recognized Su Yu's back. She felt like the mantis was stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, she was the mantis, while the others were the oriole. You've crossed the line. Xian Hua drew a pair of enormous black wings in the sky. The wings materialized behind her, and after flapping, they exploded with incredible speed. In 10 breaths' time, she caught up to Su Yu. Sensing that Xian Hua was behind him, Su Yu, who was carrying Xie Xiaoye, could not attack. His body shook, the dragon blood in his body surging. A layer of dragon energy seeped out of his body, forming the shape of a dragon. With a sweep of its long tail, the entire dragon shot away like an arrow, shaking Xianhua off. Xianhua was furious, but Suyu was too fast. An hour later, she finally lost him. Damn it! She stomped her feet in anger. Don't touch me again, or I won't forgive you. On the other side, after shaking off Xianhua, Suyu landed in a relatively safe place. Looking at Xie Xiaoye, whose eyes were closed and seemed to be asleep, Suyu smirked. You're safe now. Xie Xiaoye suddenly opened her eyes and suddenly attacked Suyu, aiming her right palm at his chest. But Suyu seemed to have expected it, and he threw her to the ground. Thud! Xie Xiaoye fell to the ground, letting out a dull thud. Her sneak attack had failed, so she rolled on the ground to put some distance between them. She then turned around cautiously, staring at Suyu with an unfriendly gaze. I am your savior. Is it really okay to treat me like this? Suyu teased. Xie Xiaoye glared. Save me. You light envoys bite each other like dogs. None of you are good people. Suyu touched his nose, chuckling. I'm not the light envoys. You're not. Xie Xiaoye was suspicious. Only the light envoys had ever participated in the deer hunt. At that moment, Suyu slowly took off his mask and revealed his handsome face. Xie Xiaoye's eyes widened with just one look, and she cried out in disbelief, Suruchu. How could it be you? Surprised? Suyu asked, amused. Xie Xiaoye clenched her teeth, her gaze turning fierce. She charged over, taking the initiative to attack. I'll destroy you. The Daelord's power and domain were unleashed simultaneously. However, Suyu merely thrust his palm out casually, and his invincible palm energy completely disintegrated his attack. At the same time, his hand moved as fast as lightning and grabbed the other party's right wrist. He smiled faintly and said, It's not good to fight and kill each other when old friends are reunited. Bah! Who's your old friend? We are irreconcilable enemies. Xie Xiaoye struggled with all her might, but Suyu's hand was like an iron pincer, gripping her tightly. Unable to break free, Xie Xiaoye reached for his heart with her other hand. Suyu wore a faint smile as he held her other hand. No matter how Xie Xiaoye resisted, she couldn't break free. Leader Xiaoye, the world has changed. You're still the same person you were in the past, but I'm not the same person anymore. Don't make any impulsive moves, Suyu said calmly. Although Xie Xiaoye's face was full of hatred, her heart was filled with shock. Suyu had seized the Pirate Alliance by means of crafty plots and schemes. In terms of strength, she had never taken Suyu seriously. But 10 years later, he actually overshadowed him so easily. This change was a little too big. The more she thought about it, the more resentful Xie Xiaoye became. 10 years later, she had become a prisoner, while Suyu was doing better and better. Evil heavens! You have eyes but failed to see. How dare you let an evil person rule? Perhaps because she was too indignant, Xie Xiaoye raised her head and shouted. She was so aggrieved that she started crying. Speaking of which, she was quite pitiful. The leader of the Pirate Alliance was gone just like that. She ran to the colored glaze civilization to seek development, but ended up becoming a prisoner. She thought she had captured a light emissary, but ended up encountering the most powerful of the light emissaries. She almost lost her life. In the end, she was saved by the person who had caused her to end up like this. The word evil comes out of the mouth of a pirate leader. It sounds like a good person, doesn't it? Suyu let go of his hands and laughed. Xie Xiaoye raised her teary eyes and stared at him angrily. You still have the cheek to laugh. It's all thanks to you. Suyu smiled and took out the fairy embryo jade bottle, which was a Taoist artifact. He took out some spiritual liquid and sprinkled a few drops on Xie Xiaoye's head. The lingering pain in her soul disappeared immediately. Xie Xiaoye was still glaring at Suyu, but it was no longer as fierce as before. Instead, it had become complicated. After a while, she managed to convince herself. She let out a long sigh. Forget it. You have become a prisoner anyway. You deserve your fate. Let's forget about the past. She remembered that Suyu had let her go when he had taken over the Pirate Alliance. Coupled with the fact that he had saved her life today, and the fact that she did not really hate Suyu to the core, she decided to let go of the past. "Oh, how kind of you. Are you going to let me go just like that?" Suyu said with a faint smile. Xie Xiaoye cast a sidelong glance at him. "Humph. Don't try to show off. As a prey of the dense fog forest, you should be mentally prepared. This place can take your life at any time." Suyu's smile deepened, causing Xie Xiaoye's hair to stand on end. "What are you smiling at? I have a piece of news for you, but I don't know if it is good news or bad news for you." Xie Xiaoye pointed at herself mockingly. "Is there any worse news than this?" "Yes." "What?" "I am not a prisoner, but a hunter participating in the deer hunt." Xie Xiaoye was like a stone statue, petrified on the spot. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. When she regained her senses, she had an expression as if she wanted to eat Suyu alive. She looked up to the sky and roared furiously, "The wicked are in charge, the wicked are in charge." She did not understand how Suyu had managed to sneak into the dense fog forest of the Bright Palace. But she believed it unconditionally. Because Suyu could do it. Thinking of this, she almost vomited blood. Her heart was extremely unbalanced. Suyu had harmed her to this extent. Not only did he not receive retribution, he had even become a hunter. "Ha ha ha." Suyu laughed. "Looks like this is bad news for you." Xie Xiaoye glared at Suyu, grinding her teeth. She wanted to cry, but she did not. Suyu had mocked her enough. He smiled. "You can be my prey for now. Once we leave the dense fog forest, why would I let you live?" Xie Xiaoye's eyes lit up. She said in surprise, "Really?" Her expression changed faster than flipping a page. "It's fake," Suyu said. "You." Xie Xiaoye's face was filled with anger. She felt like she was being toyed with. "Not only will I let you go, but I will also give you an opportunity," Suyu said. Xie Xiaoye was stunned. Her anger turned to laughter. ****. He was clearly toying with her. But she heaved a sigh of relief. There was hope of escaping the Bright Palace and regaining her freedom. She knew Suyu's character very well. Since he had decided to let her go, he would naturally let her go. She just did not know what his so-called opportunity was. "Tell me, how were you captured by the Bright Palace?" Suyu asked. Xie Xiaoye said bitterly, "Thanks to you, I have nothing. I came to the colored glaze civilization to develop myself. But not long after I arrived, I was deceived by someone and sold to the Bright Palace." "Who?" "Golden-eyed gentleman." Suyu's pupils changed slightly. "He is also in the colored glaze civilization." "Yes." In order to gain the trust of the Nightless Empire as soon as possible, he sold the information that I was the leader of the Pirate Alliance to the Empire. I had no choice but to flee to the Bright Palace. I was captured by the army of the Bright Palace at the border. As Xie Xiaoye spoke, she realized that Suyu was deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Suyu was thinking about the golden-eyed gentleman's goal. From the first time they had met, this person had given Suyu a sense of unease. The encounter at the Heavenly Legacy Cavern proved that Suyu's intuition was correct. Knowing that he was in the colored glaze civilization, Suyu had a bad feeling. "I hope we do not cross paths again," Suyu thought. He then looked toward Xie Xiaoye. "Do you have any plans in the fog forest?" Xie Xiaoye shook her head. "Before I met you, I hoped to capture a light emissary. Now, I don't need anything." Now, all she had to do was obediently become Suyu's prey and she could successfully leave. "Oh, you don't care about that beast slave king? He is deeply in love with you," Suyu said with a faint smile. Xie Xiaoye's expression turned cold. "Don't mention him. If not for him saving my life, I would have killed him long ago." "Hee hee." Suyu chuckled, his eyes deep. Saving his life? It was probably not that simple. He never believed in coincidences. Xie Xiaoye had just been surrounded by wild beasts when the Beast Slave King appeared. Coupled with the fact that the Beast Slave King had the ability to control wild beasts, the truth behind all this was worth pondering, but without evidence, Suyu would not rely on guesses and maliciously speculate about others. "Since you know the Beast Slave King's plan, You should know where the many traps he has set are, right? Basically, I know everything. You want me to guide you to kill those wild beasts and criminals? Of course. Xie Xiaoye hesitated. There is no good ending for going against the Beast Slave King. He controls all the wild beasts in the Mist Forest. If he is truly angered and hunts you and me alone, we will not be able to escape unless you give up on the competition and leave the Mist Forest. Su Yu thought back to the wild beasts that filled the ice mountains and agreed. Or, you can join forces with the other light emissaries and attack together, Xie Xiaoye said. Su Yu laughed. That group of light emissaries will not cooperate with me. Why? Xie Xiaoye blinked. Under such special circumstances, they will probably give up temporarily. Because, other than that Xianhua, I have beaten them all. Xie Xiaoye's eyelids twitched, muttering, you really are a scourge, in many ways. All right, do as I say. With Xie Xiaoye leading the way, it was easy for Su Yu to find the wild beasts. At the same time, he could see through their traps and kill them easily. 5 days later, Su Yu had already successfully killed 4 master-level wild beasts and 20 normal wild beasts. Adding the unicorn he had killed earlier, he had a total of 600 points. I have enough points, Su Yu analyzed. His only concern now was Xianhua. Chapter 2301. It seems like I'll have to find Xianhua first. If she doesn't hunt enough prey, I'll have to lend her a hand, Su Yu pondered. Xie Xiaoye heaved a deep sigh. Su Ruchu, you've changed. How did it change? Su Yu asked in surprise. Although you were a bastard in the past, at least you didn't get close to women. But now, you're trapped by them, and you're still foolish enough to help them score point. Xie Xiaoye was disappointed. Sigh, there's no cat in the world that doesn't eat fish. If there is, it must be temporary. Su Yu's veins throbbed. You are thinking too much. He told the whole story. Only then did Xie Xiaoye come to a realization. So it's the Tao embodiment of soul, no wonder. As she looked at Su Yu, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Yu hadn't managed to come this far by himself due to sheer luck. He actually dared to impersonate a Heaven's Prideling within the borders of the Palace of Light, and ran to Zhulu to swindle the antler. If it were her, she would never dare to do such a thing even if she was given 10 times the courage. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't unjust for Su Yu to snatch away the pirate organization that she had painstakingly built. All right, I'll reluctantly believe you. Xie Xiaoye raised her eyes. Barely. Su Yu touched his nose. He really had no interest in Xianhua. Let's go. Let's find her first and see how she's faring in the hunt, Su Yu said. Xie Xiaoye was confused. You know where she is? Su Yu countered with a question. If you found a beehive, would you still spend so much effort searching for scattered bees? I won't. Xie Xiaoye understood. If Xianhua wanted to hunt a large number of prey, she could only hide near the beehive and wait for an opportunity to hunt. The two of them immediately moved and arrived near the ice mountain. They hid themselves and observed their surroundings closely. Su Yu activated his transparent eyes. Nothing in the world could hide from him, and he could clearly see the situation inside the ice mountain. However, there was no sign of Xianhua. That shouldn't be the case. Su Yu pondered. Apart from the icy mountain, there was no other prey to kill. Xianhua could only start from there. Suddenly, Su Yu had a thought. Have you seen the divine light deer in the fog forest? Xie Xiaoye asked back. Light divine deer? What does he look like? Su Yu drew the image of the divine light deer in the air on the spot, causing Xie Xiaoye to exclaim, it's it. You know? Yes. Several months ago, when the Beast Slave King was controlling the other savage beasts, he encountered this snow deer. However, it managed to escape. It and that shadow beast are the only savage beasts that are not controlled by the Beast Slave King. After a pause, Xie Xiaoye said, are you saying that Xianhua went to find snow deer? Yes, it's possible. Su Yu said. If he managed to capture the divine deer of light and obtain its techniques, then Xianhua's ranking in the divine deer championship would be meaningless. He could even be in last place. But, he could also be looking for that shadow beast, Su Yu said. That shadow beast's strength was on par with Xie Yian, and it was worth 500 points. From their brief interaction, it could be seen that Xian Hua was an extremely headstrong person. Someone who was unwilling to admit defeat would definitely not be willing to sit and wait for death. Then what do we do? Wait patiently, Su Yu said. At that time, in the iceberg, dozens of talisman papers were placed in front of the beast-slave monarch. They were all dull and cracked. That was because the enslaved savage beast had already died. Xie Xiaoye. The beast-slave king let out a low and furious roar. You betrayed me. The only person who knew all the locations of the ambush was Xie Xiaoye. In just 5 short days, all the savage beasts had been destroyed. There was only one possibility. Xie Xiaoye had personally led powerful fighters there and pointed out the locations of the trap. Stupid woman, you spoiled my plans. I want you to die a horrible death. The beast-slave king roared at the sky, extremely furious. Xie Xiaoye's betrayal had not only caused her to escape his control, but it had also ruined his plan to capture the light emissary. He would never be able to leave the mist forest in this lifetime. In fact, he would not live for long. His expression kept changing. After a moment, he made up his mind. Everyone, gather. Dozens of criminals and hundreds of savage beasts surrounded him. From now on, move out as a group. Capture the light emissary at all cost. With the ambush gone, he could only cut off all means of retreat. Previously, in order to capture as many light emissaries as possible, he had only sent a small number of savage beasts to set up ambushes. This was to prevent too many savage beasts from scaring the light emissary out of the mist forest. Now that there was no way out, he could only take a gamble. Even if he could capture just one, that would be enough. Xie Xiaoye's betrayal had put him in a passive position. Let's go. Rumble, hundreds of savage beasts roared as they charged out of the ice mountain. Their messy and heavy footsteps caused the air to tremble and the earth to tremble. Su Yu and the beast-slave king, who were hiding far away from the ice mountain, felt the huge commotion. Roar amidst the deafening roars of the beasts, the army of savage beasts swept up ice shards and charged in the same direction like a ferocious tide. Everything they passed, be it the ice rocks or the forest, was destroyed. The scene was extremely shocking. Su Yu, who was hiding in the dark, immediately noticed that the beast-slave king was among the savage beasts. He was at the center of the savage beasts, under heavy protection, unable to approach. Follow him, Su Yu said to himself. He had not expected the beast-slave king to be so daring. He had decided to stake everything on this. With such a large number of savage beasts, any light emissary would either have to escape or use a life-saving talisman to leave the mist forest. Capturing a light emissary alive really depended on luck. The huge commotion caused by the savage beasts had attracted many light emissaries. They had been in the mist forest for a few days without any results. Sensing the commotion caused by so many savage beasts, they naturally rushed over. Furthermore, their line of sight in the mist forest was limited to 10 miles. When they realized that the number of savage beasts was terrifying and that they could not deal with them, they were already within the attack range of the savage beast. The first to rush over were Huang Yang and Qing Ling. The two of them had met along the way and came to investigate together. They discovered the presence of the great army of savage beasts. As their abilities were weak, they were extremely cautious. Without hesitation, they activated their crystal chips and were swept away by the seal. Half a day later, another 2 light emissaries rushed over. They were Xingshu and Yang Hua. The two of them, who had a grudge against each other, coincidentally bumped into each other when they sensed the huge commotion. As the commotion was too huge, they were on guard. Hence, they came to a temporary consensus to investigate. 20 miles away, the two of them hid. Xingshu was excited. The opportunity is right in front of us. Whether we can get a good ranking depends on this. He had searched for days but had not even seen the shadow of a savage beast. Now that so many had arrived, he was elated. His arrogance had not changed. Even after being taught a lesson by Su Yu, it was hard to change. On the other hand, Yang Hua was much more cautious. He said seriously, "From the sounds, it seems like there are many savage beasts." He secretly took out the crystal chip and placed it between his fingers, ready to activate it at any time. With the two of us working together, we can hold our own against a master-level savage beast. There is no need to worry. Xingqiu was full of confidence. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, the clouds moved, and a tide of savage beasts appeared. As soon as they appeared, a few Pathmaster-level savage beasts, skilled in controlling, attacked. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a soul attack. Yang Hua and Xingqiu were caught off guard and suffered a soul attack. They immediately felt a splitting headache and lost consciousness. Following that was a petrification attack. Their bodies quickly hardened, hindering their movements. Not good. Xingqiu shouted, hurriedly trying to retrieve the crystal chip. However, her arm quickly stiffened, and she did not have the time to retrieve it. As for Yang Hua, he was lucky enough to have the crystal chip in his palm. After sensing the great danger, he immediately activated it. With a whoosh, Yang Hua was sent out of the fog forest. Only Xingqiu was petrified on the spot, his face filled with fear and despair. Following that was a freezing, binding, and other control-type attacks, making it impossible for him to escape. When the hundreds of savage beasts completely appeared and surrounded him, Xingqiu's face was as pale as a sheet, his heart beating wildly. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He had been too conceited and underestimated the savage beasts, to the extent that he had not prepared a path of retreat. Ha 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 ha. I've finally caught one. The beast slave king heaved a sigh of relief, laughing heartily. All the light envoys he had met along the way were extremely cunning, retreating from the fog forest the moment they saw that the situation was not good. He had no way of dealing with them. This light envoys before him was too stupid. The beast slave king was overjoyed. He jumped off the savage beast, glaring at Xingqiu with a sinister smile. He took out an extremely sharp giant knife and cut off Xingqiu's limbs on the spot. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Pitiful screams reverberated in the fog. Xingqiu was in excruciating pain from losing his limbs. Furthermore, he was petrified, unable to recover his body or suppress the pain. The continuous pain made him feel like he had fallen into hell. To be safe, we have to let the honorable light envoys suffer a little, the beast slave king said with a sinister smile. It wasn't easy for him to catch one, so he couldn't let him escape. Let's go, continue searching. The beast slave king waved his hands. The more light envoys they caught, the more bargaining chips they would have. After the horde of savage beasts, Xie Xiaoye had a suspicious expression. Is that guy really a light envoys? With that kind of character, he would have been devoured by our 7 absolute literature long ago. Despite being in the fog forest, he was still so arrogant. Should he be described as young and arrogant, or ignorant and fearless? Su Yu's expression was indifferent. That is to be expected. A leopard cannot change its spots. Xingqiu had not learned his lesson from Su Yu, continuing to act in his own way. His retribution had come too quickly. Let's go, Xianhua should appear soon, Su Yu said. Unless Xianhua had already caught the divine deer of light, she would still be attracted here. After a few more days, almost 20% of the entire fog forest had been flattened by the horde of beasts. But there was still no sign of Xianhua. Su Yu remained calm, not panicking. After a few more days, more than half of the fog forest had been flattened. Even after almost 90% of the fog forest had been flattened, there was still no sign of Xianhua. Su Yu creased his brows. Is the central area of the fog forest special? He had left marks along the way, and realized that 90% of the flattened areas were the outer perimeter of the fog forest. Chapter 2302. That shadow beast lives in the central region. Xie Xiaoye's expression turned grave. She had the fortune to see the shadow beast once. At that time, the beast slave king had led dozens of beasts to conquer the other beasts. Along the way, they had coincidentally met the shadow beast hunting for food. The beast slave king could easily enslave beasts of the same level as the family master. However, when he saw the shadow beast, he ordered the beasts to retreat in fear. When the group of wild beasts encountered the shadow beast, they did not even dare to breathe loudly and trembled in fear. The power of the shadow beast was evident. It was the king of the entire fog forest. Therefore, The beast slave king did not dare to step into the central forest. However, at this moment, the entire fog forest was in vain. The beast slave king could only look towards the central forest. Could it be that the remaining light envoys dared to hide in the shadow beast's territory? The beast slave king was uncertain. With the ferocity of the shadow beast, once it entered its territory, it would be detected immediately. Moreover, the shadow beast had always treated intruders with the cruelest method. Could it be that they have already retreated from the fog forest? The beast slave king pondered. Clatter. At this moment, the sounds of intense fighting and the sounds of people fleeing could be heard from the central forest. A moment later, the fog 5 kilometers away broke open, and two figures rushed out in a sorry state. One of them was Xian Hua and the other was Kong Chu. The two of them were fighting fiercely and were panting heavily. Their bodies were covered in mud and dust, looking extremely pathetic. Kong Chu, how dare you betray me? Xian Hua's face was filled with anger. There was a pitch-black broken sword stuck in her back. Kong Chu held the broken sword hilt in his hand and shouted, "If you are heartless, I will be unjust. Don't even think about escaping today." The two of them cursed at each other as they chased. Suddenly, they realized that they had lost sight of the tide of beasts. The two of them turned around hurriedly and rushed back into the central forest. The beast slave king was stunned. He did not expect the light envoys to fight each other. Only then did he come to his senses and shouted, "Chase them!" Roar. His eyes were filled with excitement. If he could get the remaining two light envoys, there would be no suspense in the negotiation. The horde of savage beasts charged into the forest. Xie Xiaoye could not wait any longer and was about to follow them. However, Su Yu pressed down on her shoulder. "Don't move." His tone was unusually solemn. Sensing that Su Yu's expression was not right, Xie Xiaoye asked, "What's wrong?" "Beware of any traps." Su Yu squinted his eyes. Putting aside the fact that Kong Chu's strength was thousands of miles lower than Xian Hua's, how could he possibly ambush Xian Hua and even stab her with his sword? Just the location of their dispute was completely unreasonable. This was the territory of the shadow beast, yet they were still arguing. Weren't they afraid of alerting the shadow beast? Moreover, both of them returned to the central forest in the end. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a trap, right? Sure enough, just as Su Yu was muttering the word deceit, a shrill shriek of a barbaric beast reverberated through the central forest. What followed was a series of blood-curdling screams, one after another, rising and falling. Those savage beasts that had rushed in were now rushing out in large numbers, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. The savage beasts that took the lead were drenched in the blood of other savage beasts, and they looked extremely terrified. Xie Xiaoye's heart thumped. Su Yu was right. She hid even more carefully, observing quietly. Of the hundreds of savage beasts that had rushed in, only 70 or so returned in the end. Moreover, as they were running away, they somehow fell down one after another, dying mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, another 20 or so savage beasts had died. This was a one-sided massacre, and no one knew how they had been killed. Look at their shadows. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately noticed something strange. Xie Xiaoye followed Su Yu's gaze, and her hair stood on end. Within the shadow of the tide of savage beasts, there was a human-shaped shadow with barbs all over its body. It looked ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit that had walked out from the depths of hell. It merged into the shadows of the savage beasts, and with a swipe of its sharp claws, it was able to kill one of the savage beasts. Shadow beast. Xie Xiaoye's lips turned cold. The greatest talent of the shadow beast was that it could merge into the shadows of others and kill people through the shadows. It was impossible to guard against it. As the tide of savage beasts fled, leaving behind the corpses of the savage beasts along the way, two people with calm expressions walked out from the central forest. They were Xian Hua and Kong Chu, who had been fighting each other just a moment ago. The two of them were methodically following behind the army of savage beasts, picking up the corpses. There was no sign of their previous hostility. Seeing this, Xie Xiaoye thought to herself, Su Yu's foresight is incredible. These two people had clearly set this up. They had intentionally lured the army of savage beasts into the central forest and used the power of the shadow beasts to eliminate them, while they followed behind to take advantage of the situation. What a good plan! Xie Xiaoye could not help but sigh at the courage of the two light envoys. They had actually dared to use the shadow beasts. This was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like Xian Hua does not need our help. If this continued, Xian Hua would definitely get more points than Su Yu. However, you might have to worry about the light envoys. Xie Xiaoye looked at Kong Chu. At this rate, Kong Chu would also surpass Su Yu. In the end, Kong Chu would be in second place, and Su Yu would be in third place. Indeed. Su Yu frowned, thinking about what to do. Should he snatch Kong Chu's prey? Roar! Suddenly, something strange happened. A roar that was different from that of the other savage beasts entered everyone's ears. Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye immediately chased after it. They discovered that the shadow beast had been forced out of the shadows and revealed its true form. It was surrounded by many savage beasts. After observing for a while, Su Yu discovered that some of the inconspicuous savage beasts had been engraved with ancient formations. These formations were maintained by the Pathmaster's blood of the savage beasts, and they were constantly in operation. However, the Beast Slave King had deliberately concealed them. At this moment, the Beast Slave King was riding on the back of a family master-level savage beast. He stared at the shadow beast and said in a deep voice, "Since I dared to barge into your territory, I naturally have confidence. This Beast Bloodheart Annihilation formation is prepared for you." Ever since the first time he had seen the shadow beast, the Beast Slave King had been extremely wary of it. The beast's abilities were too powerful, and he had no choice but to be wary of it. Therefore, he had been secretly engraving this powerful beast bloodheart destroying formation for the past few months. As long as it was activated successfully, there was a certain chance that the shadow beast's consciousness would be destroyed, and it would become the Beast Slave King's pet. Now that the shadow beast was chasing after them and had even chased them into the crowd of savage beasts, it was the best opportunity to activate it. As soon as the formation was activated, the shadow beast was forced out of the shadows. Unable to merge with the shadows, the threat of the shadow beast was greatly reduced. "Continue activating it," the Beast Slave King shouted. Immediately, the engraved formations appeared on the bodies of a few more savage beasts. The power of the formations suddenly increased. The shadow beast seemed to be enduring the invisible power of the formations. It roared in pain and fierceness, then pounced toward one of the savage beasts. However, a layer of invisible blood-red silk threads appeared in front of it, hindering its movement. Seeing this, the Beast Slave King's lips curled into a relaxed smile. But before long, the shadow beast released a black mist from its body, shattering the crimson threads. Then, it bit down on one of the savage beasts that was protected by a formation. The savage beast shriveled at an alarming speed, like a deflated balloon. Soon, only its skin was left. After eating a savage beast, the shadow beast's ferocious aura did not decrease. Instead, it roared and pounced toward the Beast Slave King. The Beast Slave King was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly took out several ancient talismans and stuck them on his body, allowing the beast diagram to devour them. In an instant, the blood aura of the 10 savage beasts that had formations on their bodies overflowed from the surface of their bodies like raging flames. The 10 savage beasts roared in pain, but because of the talismans, they were unable to move. They could only watch as their Dao blood was burned away. The burning of their Dao blood caused the formation's power to increase exponentially. Those blood-colored threads that were invisible to the naked eye turned into solid chains that bound the shadow beasts that were pouncing over. Even so, the shadow beast was still extremely powerful. With its body alone, it carried 10 savage beasts and counterattacked crazily. The Beast Slave King was shocked. The Beast Slave King's scalp went numb. As expected of the shadow beast. The beast blood extermination formation activated by burning the blood of 10 savage beasts was still unable to trap it. At the critical moment, the Beast Slave King urged the other savage beasts to attack with their innate talents. When the attacks of 40 Pathmasters converged together, how terrifying would that be? However, The shadow beast was restrained, and its strength was greatly reduced, but it still managed to summon shadows all over its body to resist the attacks of all the savage beasts. It was not at a disadvantage at all. Xie Xiaoye, who was watching in secret, gasped. This is simply invincible. She felt that even if Xie Yian were here, he might not be able to defeat this shadow beast. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Seeing that the shadow beast was so ferocious that it could not be subdued, the beast slave king gritted his teeth and sacrificed his pathmaster's blood. His blood was very strange. In a single drop of blood, there were tens of thousands of beast shadows surging. Seeing this, Su Yu's pupils constricted. This is, in the memories of the demi-devils, he remembered that among the myriad races of the last era, there was a race that had gone extinct. Because this race was too vicious and murderous, they were besieged by the other races, and in the end, they were wiped out. According to the records, during the peak of this clan, they ruled half of the great beginning realm. All the other clans had been reduced to slaves of this clan. They were enslaved, killed, and even turned into materials for their training. It was precisely because of this that they incurred the wrath of the people and the gods, and were overthrown by the 10,000 clans. Looking at the drop of blood, Su Yu could not help but think of that terrifying clan. However, this clan had been wiped out in the previous era. Moreover, after the previous era was destroyed and restarted, it should not have existed in the current era. Is it just him, or are there many of them? Su Yu felt a little uneasy. Wherever this clan appeared, blood would flow like a river. If it was just him, it would not be a big deal. However, if there were many of them, while he was thinking, the beast slave king had already flicked the drop of blood that contained tens of thousands of beast souls onto the head of the shadow beast. Chapter 2303. The shadow beast let out a mournful roar as it rolled on the ground. Wherever his body rolled past, any savage beast that he came into contact with would be turned into a mist of blood on the spot. As blood splattered, 7 or 8 wild beasts were crushed to death by the shadow beast. However, as time passed, the shadow beast's soul was severely injured, and its struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, it stopped and lay on the ground, panting heavily, motionless. The beast slave king heaved a sigh of relief. The drop of blood he had sacrificed just now had turned his face as pale as a sheet of paper, and the patterns on his body were much fainter than before. It seemed like he had paid a high price for that drop of blood just now. However, he had finally subdued the shadow beast. Next, it's the turn of those two damned light envoys, the beast slave king said angrily. They had caused him to lose more than half of his wild beasts, and he would not let them go easily. Roar. Under his command, the remaining 40 wild beasts turned back and rushed into the central forest. Xian Hua and Kong Chu were collecting the corpses of the dead wild beasts. When they sensed that a large number of wild beasts had returned, their expressions changed. The shadow beast was defeated. How is this possible? Kong Chu could not believe it, as this did not go according to his plan. He looked at the unfinished corpses of the wild beasts on the ground reluctantly. Clenching his teeth, he took out the crystal chip and looked at Xian Hua. Xian Hua was a little hesitant, but she did not choose to give up. Instead, she quickly picked up a few more corpses, turned around, and fled. When he sensed that the wild beasts were about to enter his sight, Kong Chu decisively gave up and left the mist forest. At that moment, a large number of wild beasts rushed into his sight. 7 or 8 types of control talents attacked him, restraining him. Fortunately, Kong Chu had activated the crystal chip in advance, and the restrictive power swept him away. Seeing this, the beast slave king roared angrily and stared in the direction that Xian Hua had left. Perhaps she was the only light envoys left. Go after her. The beast slave king shouted. At the same time, he ordered the wild beasts to collect all the wild beasts' corpses along the way, in case Xian Hua left after obtaining enough wild beasts. Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye observed from afar. The latter smiled. Man proposes, God disposes. Kong Chu has left. Su Yu was also quite surprised. The beast slave king was able to subdue the shadow beast and turn the tables once again, which was beyond his expectations. Based on the points that Xian Hua had just obtained, she should have gotten around 300 points, which was still slightly lower than Su Yu's. If it really doesn't work, I can just abandon some of the beasts and take the initiative to reduce some of my points. Su Yu analyzed the situation and chased after him. Xian Hua was very dissatisfied that she had not obtained the corpses of so many savage beasts. She flew back several times, but the crafty beast slave king had already collected the corpses. This was especially true for the unconscious shadow beast. As it had 500 points, the beast slave king kept a close watch on it. This forced Xian Hua to think of a way to hunt them again. Finally, after 5 days of chasing, Xian Hua had no choice but to attack the beast slave king's beasts. On this day, Xian Huaji unfurled a pair of wings and fled at an astonishing speed into the central forest, disappearing without a trace. The beast slave king was infuriated and could only lead a large group of savage beasts to blindly search the central forest. The central forest had been the territory of the shadow beasts for many years, and it had long been modified by the shadow beasts to be suitable for their cultivation. Within the forest, there were shadows everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the other races or the savage beasts, they could not see beyond 5 li. Moreover, the terrain was very complicated. Jagged rocks of strange shapes were everywhere, twisting and turning, hindering the journey. Swoosh! All of a sudden, at a bend in the road, a doctrine artifact-level flying sword appeared without any warning and killed a savage beast that was leading the way. The beast slave king was not angry. Instead, he was delighted and shouted, "Attack forward." Xian Hua's target was the corpses of the savage beasts. She must be hiding 5 li away, waiting to get the corpses of the savage beast. However, just as the group of savage beasts was attacking, ropes of doctrine artifact level shot out from behind the group of savage beasts. With a swoosh, one of the savage beasts was pulled away. "We have been tricked." The beast slave king reacted immediately. Xian Hua had purposely set up a trap in front of them to attract their attention. In fact, it was a diversion. "Attack!" The beast slave king ordered the savage beasts to turn around and attack behind them. However, with such a long period of time, Xian Hua had already escaped with the wailing savage beasts. That be *tch. The beast slave king's face was gloomy and malevolent. Capture her at all cost. Under his gloomy face, his eyes flickered with a sneer that was hidden very deeply. He was like a cunning fox watching its prey gradually step into the trap. Next, the enraged beast slave king chased after Xian Hua in the central forest. Xian Hua used her understanding of the central forest and the 5-kilometer range to successfully ambush the savage beasts. 3 days later, Xian Hua had successfully captured 7 to 8 savage beasts. Including the savage beasts she had captured previously, she was worth more than 400 points. However, Xian Hua did not stop. Instead, she attacked more and more frequently. Helpless, the beast slave king continued to chase until he reached the center of the central forest. A pitch-black lake was at the center of the forest. Even though the surroundings were pitch black, the lake was so black that it glowed like a black pearl. Strange shadows were flowing in the lake, emitting an aura that made the savage beasts feel extremely uneasy. The nest of the shadow beasts. The beast slave king's heart tightened. However, when he remembered that the shadow beasts had been subdued, he forced himself to calm down. He scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Envoy of Radiance, there's no point in continuing to escape. Why don't we have a face-to-face battle? If you win, I'll give you all of the savage beasts' corpses. If you lose, I'll have to trouble you to be my hostage. How about that?" He had only wanted to test if Xian Hua was nearby. He did not expect her to show herself so foolishly. Unexpectedly, from the shadows on the other side of the lake, a woman in an indifferent black robe with a faint smile on her face walked out. It was Xian Hua. Sure. She actually agreed. Not only was the beast slave king not happy, he became even more wary. Judging from her various means, she was clearly a smart lady. Why would she make such a foolish decision? A fair battle. They had overwhelming strength, how could it be fair? However, it was for the best that the other party was willing to show herself and fight. He was afraid that the other party would crush the crystal and escape. "How do we spar?" the beast slave king asked. He thought that Xian Hua would definitely suggest a fair method. However, to his surprise, Xian Hua said, I will fight all of you alone. The beast slave king's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was amiss. The fact that the other party was willing to show herself was already a huge problem. Yet, she dared to fight them one by one. Something was amiss. Retreat. The beast slave king was decisive. He immediately ordered the savage beasts to retreat. Unexpectedly, Xian Hua's lips curled up into a strange smile. It took me so much effort to lure you all here. Don't you think it's too late for you to leave? Gulu, suddenly, a huge bubble emerged from the ink-black amber. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an even larger shadow beast emerged from the amber. Not only was it larger than before, the ferocious aura it exuded was also several times stronger than before. Shadow beast. How can there be a second one? The beast slave king gasped. His scalp went numb. Xian Hua composedly stroked the hair that was exposed to her chest and chuckled. Back then, only one shadow beast was put in, but it was a pregnant one. The one you killed was the baby. The mother has been cultivating here all this time. Sigh. The one you killed previously was an underage shadow beast. Then, the strength of this shadow beast, that's not right. Why didn't it attack you? The beast slave king could tell that something was amiss. After the shadow beast appeared, it did not care about Xian Hua at all. Instead, it stared at them. Xian Hua's smile deepened. I forgot to tell you. This shadow beast came from my family. Yes, it used to be my family's guardian beast. As a shadow beast that had watched Xian Hua grow up, it had long regarded Xian Hua as its master. Why would it attack her? She had kept this information a secret. Even Kong Chu, who had fought alongside her, did not know about it. Su Yu, who was observing in secret, was also shocked. The shadow beast came from Xian Hua's family. However, this also solved his previous doubts. Why was Xian Hua able to lure the small shadow beast out, but not attack herself? Moreover, she had dared to fight Kong Chu in the shadow beast's territory. She was not afraid that the shadow beast would attack her. It turned out that the shadow beast was raised by her family. However, she is already old and cannot leave this lake for too long. So, she could only try her best to lure all of you here, Xian Hua said. The lake was filled with a large number of shadows. To the aged shadow beast, it was the best place to fight. The faces of the beast slave king and the others turned pale. On the other hand, Xian Hua's pretty face looked ferocious under the shadow. Kill them all. Remember to leave their corpses intact. Roar. The mother shadow beast let out a low roar. It turned into a shadow and pounced forward. In an instant, several beasts died on the spot. Death was like a tide, quickly drowning the group of beasts. No matter how powerful they were, in front of the mother shadow beast, they were like sheep that were being slaughtered. In a few breaths, there were only 7 or 8 beasts left in the group of beasts. The beast slave king's life was in danger. Accept your fate, beast slave king. Xian Hua could already see the scene of the beast slave king being torn apart by the shadow beast. However, the beast slave king's face did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he laughed coldly. Little girl, when it comes to scheming, you are still lacking. Do you really think that you are the only one who knows how to set up traps? What? Xian Hua's eyes turned serious. She immediately realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, she thought of the beasts that she had captured along the way. If it was a trap, they were the only ones that had a chance. Without hesitation, she took out the storage space that contained the corpses of the beasts and threw them away. However, the storage space exploded while it was still in the air. Chapter 2304. The blood that flew out contained strange runes. Xian Hua retreated, but it was too late. Countless runes rushed out from the blood, surrounding Xian Hua. Instantly, Xian Hua felt as if she was being pressed down by a huge mountain. Her body became heavier and heavier, until she could not move at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the beast slave king flew over and subdued Xian Hua. At the same time, he placed a rune sword covered with beast runes on Xian Hua's head. Make it stop. Xian Hua bit her red lips, blaming herself. She was too careless. She should have first checked those savage beasts she had obtained. Now, she had been tricked, and all her efforts were in vain. Facing a life-threatening situation, Xianhua could only order the shadow beast to stop. Realizing that Xianhua was captured, the shadow beast roared angrily at the beast slave king, but did not dare to act rashly. Make it go away, the further the better. Xianhua could only do as she was told, ordering the shadow beast to go away. Confirming that it was safe, the beast slave king let out a long sigh of relief. He could not help but laugh heartily. Finally, I have successfully caught her. Although the price was a little high. Looking at the remaining 4 or 5 savage beasts, the beast slave king felt his heart ache. Hundreds of savage beasts had been completely annihilated just to capture the woman in front of him. But the sacrifice was worth it. Xianhua was the second-ranked envoy of light. He believed that the Light Palace would be willing to pay any price to save her life. Beast slave king, what's the use of capturing me? Why don't you let me go, and I will ask the Light Palace to let you live? Xianhua said. The beast slave king snorted. Give me a way out, and then immediately give me a way out, right? Little girl, you are still too inexperienced to play word games with me. Xianhua was silent. Falling into the hands of a cunning enemy, it was very unlikely that she would be able to escape with words. After capturing 2 envoys of light, the beast slave king was reassured. Once the divine deer hunt was over, he could negotiate with the Light Palace. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, suddenly, an incomparably sharp sword chi swept over without warning. The few savage beasts guarding the beast slave king were caught off guard and were killed by the sword chi. The sudden change caused the beast slave king to turn pale with fright, and he hurriedly dodged. He had managed to escape, but in order to protect him, the other savage beasts were all killed. The beast slave king's face was drenched in blood, making his horrified expression look even more ferocious. He continuously retreated a few steps, one hand holding Starfall, the other holding Xianhua. He shouted, "Stop, or they will die immediately." In his opinion, the person who made the move was none other than the emissary of light, right? With 2 of his companions in his hands, the other party would definitely hold back. Let him die, I don't care. Su Yu and Xie Xiaoye walked out of the pitch-black shadows. Bitch, it's you? The beast slave king immediately saw Xie Xiaoye and angrily scolded. If not for Xie Xiaoye's betrayal, he wouldn't have risked his life to capture the emissary of light. Xie Xiaoye was silent. She leaned against Su Yu's back with complicated feelings, not looking directly at the beast slave king's eyes. No matter what, he had saved his life. I can't believe I'm not surprised, Xianhua said calmly as she looked at Su Yu. This was not the first time Su Yu had done something like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The beast slave king felt strange. They clearly knew each other, which meant they were definitely the emissary of light. How could they not care about their companions' lives? Seeing Su Yu approaching, the beast slave king shouted, "Stop. If you take another step forward, one of them will die." Su Yu shrugged. Even if both of them die, it doesn't matter. Really? The beast slave king didn't believe him. You really don't need to waste your time. He is not the emissary of light, but someone who participated in the martial arts competition with his own strength, Xianhua said calmly. The beast slave king suddenly felt very uneasy. Does this mean they can kill me without hesitation? Suddenly, the beast slave king turned to look at the beast slave king beside Su Yu and said, "Even if you don't care about these 2, you should care about that bitch's life, right?" Hey! Su Yu stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned slightly as he said, "Are you trying to tell me that you placed a seal on her body?" He. After confirming that Su Yu really cared about Xie Xiaoye's life, the beast slave king laughed sinisterly. "I don't know how to place seals, but I can place a few beast talismans without anyone noticing." As he spoke, the beast slave king started chanting an extremely obscure spell. Xie Xiaoye, who was expressionless, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. She clutched her chest tightly, her face contorted in pain. After chanting it once, the beast slave king stopped and laughed. "Do I need to confirm it again?" Xie Xiaoye's pain was slightly relieved, but her face was still pale. She said in a low voice, "When? I have never eaten or drunk anything you gave me." The beast slave king laughed. Of course it was when I saved you for the first time. When I helped you, I patted you on the back lightly. So it was that time. You should have seen the power of my beast talismans. The beast slave king's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hearing that, Xie Xiaoye felt a chill run down her spine. The beast slave king's beast talismans could make those wild beasts wish they were dead. Moreover, he could decide their life and death with just a thought. You used a beast talisman on me from the very beginning. Why did you do this? Xie Xiaoye shouted. Since he had saved her life, why did he have to do this? What do you think? The beast slave king laughed evilly as he looked at Xie Xiaoye's beautiful body. Of course it was because of her beauty. Xie Xiaoye was disgusted. She asked, then you saved me. Of course I planned it. Unfortunately, my heroic act did not move you. The beast slave king was regretful. After learning the truth, Xie Xiaoye was furious. Despicable. She had always regarded the beast slave king as her savior and had worked hard for him until now. In the end, it was all a lie. Haha. As long as I can live, the process is not important. The beast slave king did not care. He looked at Su Yu and said, Human, this woman is yours. Similarly, don't interfere with me. How about that? Su Yu's eyes were calm. How about that? You want to die together with me? The beast slave king's heart tightened. If Su Yu did not care about Xie Xiaoye's life, he would really die here today. Fortunately, Su Yu shook his head. I have two conditions. First, take out the beast talisman. Second, let go of a hostage. The beast slave king could agree to the first condition, but he had to hesitate for the second. Don't bargain with me. Otherwise, even if Xie Xiaoye dies, I will kill you. Su Yu's calm eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. The beast slave king could not help but shudder. He had seen many murderous gazes in his life, but very few could make him shudder. The seemingly calm gaze in front of him was one of them. All right, I agree. The beast slave king recited an incantation. A blood-red palm appeared behind Xie Xiaoye. In the middle of the palm was a wriggling beast's head. It was the beast talisman. Then, he threw Starfall on the ground, indicating that he would let her go. Starfall was overjoyed. She felt relieved, as if she had just walked past the gates of hell. However, the next moment, Su Yu's words made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. I want the other one. The beast slave king was immediately displeased. It was obvious that Xianhua was more valuable as a bargaining chip. Moreover, he had paid a huge price to capture Xianhua. How could he let her go so easily? If you are not willing, I will come and take it myself. Su Yu swung the sword in his hand. Only then did the beast slave king realize that Xie Xiaoye had broken free from his control. Su Yu could kill him directly. Left with no other choice, the beast slave king could only throw Xianhua aside and grab Starfall. Starfall, who had just been freed, fell back into the beast slave king's demonic clutches. He was so angry that he spat out blood. Human, I, Starfall, will never forgive you. As his voice faded away, Starfall was dragged away by the beast slave king. The huge storm had finally come to an end. Su Yu looked at Xianhua. Without a word, he released him from his restraints and left with Xie Xiaoye. Xianhua was free, a hint of confusion in her eyes. A few days later, the deer hunt ended. The entrance to the seal reopened, and Su Yu and Xianhua left. Outside, Deputy Palace Master Lu, Kong Chu, Yang Hua, and Zheng Yuan were already waiting. Seeing Xianhua come out, Deputy Palace Master Lu smiled. How was the harvest? Not bad, Xianhua said calmly. Deputy Palace Master Lu glanced at Su Yu, then ignored him and continued looking at the entrance. Deputy Palace Master, there is no need to wait. Starfall has fallen into the hands of a criminal, Xianhua said. Deputy Palace Master Lu's eyes turned cold. What is the criminal's goal? To negotiate. Deputy Palace Master Lu's expression eased. There had been many similar criminals in the past, so it was fine as long as the hostages were safe. Okay, we will send someone to deal with it later. Deputy Palace Master Lu smiled again. Now, show us your harvest from the deer hunt. Zheng Yuan, Yang Hua, Huang Yang, and Qingling lowered their heads. Having escaped empty-handed, they were too embarrassed to speak. Kongchu took out 7 or 8 wild beasts. Deputy Palace Master Lu was satisfied. Not bad, a total of 200 points. Compared to the other 4, who had not gained anything, Kongchu's harvest was quite generous. What about Xianhua? Deputy Palace Master Lu looked expectantly. Xianhua had taken out dozens of wild beasts that had been hunted. Many of the wild beasts' corpses had been mutilated beyond recognition. Xianhua had taken away everything that could be brought back, 1,400 points. Deputy Palace Master Lu looked gratified. Xianhua had not let them down. The onlookers gasped in surprise. As expected of Xianhua. It's not surprising that she has obtained so many points. First place is definitely hers. Hehe, I'm curious to see how much that powerful human has gained. Deputy Palace Master Lu looked at Suyu and asked calmly, "What about you?" She did not care about Suyu at all. She felt that he had just barely reached the deer hunt. Suyu took out his harvest, including Xie Xiaoye's 700 points. Deputy Palace Master Lu was astonished. Even Kongchu had 200 points. How did this person get it? Those who knew the situation mocked and mocked him. Oh, only 700 points. Seeing how this human challenged all the light envoys alone, I thought he would get first place. You finally know your place, don't you? Xianhua pursed her lips when she heard the mocking. Only she knew that if Suyu wanted to get first place, he would have done so long ago. Chapter 2305. Vice Palace Master Lu was confused. What did he mean by challenging all the light envoys? Why was everyone mocking him? The nameless youth in front of him was already very impressive. He had scored 700 points. Furthermore, they had intentionally increased the difficulty of this divine deer hunt. According to the estimates, the first place would have passed if he had scored more than 500 points. Suyu's 700 points had far exceeded their expectations. In the previous years, he would have definitely been first place. Shut up. What right do you have to laugh at him? Vice Palace Master Lu felt that it was ridiculous. A group of people who had not even scored a single point were laughing at someone with 700 points. She was extremely disappointed. If this year's light envoys were all narrow-minded people who only looked at the shortcomings of others and ignored themselves, it would be difficult for them to achieve greatness in the martial path. Such people would never have the chance to enter an 8-star civilization. Only then did the surroundings quiet down. Vice Palace Master Lu said, "Now that the results of the divine deer hunt are out, we can announce the rankings." Only Xianhua, Suyu, and Kongchu had scored. Everyone else had scored 0 points. Was there any objection to such a ranking? Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although there had been many twists and turns, his plan had gone smoothly. He had successfully obtained second place. He felt that this was much more tiring than obtaining first place. First place. Vice Palace Master Lu was about to announce when a crisp, heavenly sound came from the exit of the seal. The crowd looked over and saw a snow-white deer, draped in a holy glow, calmly walking out of the fog forest. Divine light deer. Although the crowd had seen it many times, they could not help but be amazed by its beauty. Suyu looked at it curiously. Unexpectedly, the divine light deer was also looking at him. Moreover, it moved its hooves and walked towards him. At that moment, Suyu had a bad feeling. He quietly moved to the left. But the divine light deer followed Suyu's direction, all the way in front of him. Under countless gazes, the divine light deer intimately rubbed against Suyu's sleeves, then knelt down in front of him. What? The divine light deer acknowledged him? That can't be. The divine light deer is a proud divine beast. It would only kneel to the great palace master. Why would it bow to a junior? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Vice Palace Master Lu also sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe such a thing had happened. However, this was only the beginning. The next scene caused everyone to be petrified on the spot. The stripes on the Radiant's divine deer's body floated away from its body. Inside the stripes, ancient secret scriptures were spinning. They surrounded Suyu, allowing him to choose for himself. Pass on the technique. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Throughout history, the light divine deer, who had only imparted its techniques to the first palace master, was actually imparting its techniques to a nameless junior. However, what made them feel like they were dreaming was that the human youth who was being imparted the technique actually didn't even spare them a glance. He even waved his hand in disdain and said, "I don't need it. Give it to someone else. Give it to someone else, if it was someone else." Alright, the whole place was dead silent, and only Su Yu's words were echoing in the snowy mountains. Su Yu had actually rejected the divine deer of light's teachings. They couldn't believe their ears. What the radiant divine deer passed down was different from the cultivation methods of the outer realms. It was an ancient cultivation method that had been passed down since the last century. Once he succeeded in his cultivation, he would definitely become a heaven master in the future. No one could understand why Su Yu would refuse. Did he not understand the significance of the divine deer's imparting techniques? Deputy Palace Master Lu felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't even breathe. After a long while, he anxiously said, "Human, quickly accept it." But Su Yu turned a deaf ear. Not only did he not accept it, but he also moved away, chasing the divine deer away. "Don't come near me. Go away." The ultimate goal of the deer was the divine deer of light. Once it chose to impart its techniques to someone, it meant that whoever successfully captured it would be rewarded with 1,000 points. Su Yu currently had 700 points. Adding another 1,000 points would make him 1,700 points, far surpassing Shen Hua's 1,400 points. He would undoubtedly become the champion. If that was the case, where did his deer antlers come from? He couldn't possibly cut off a section of the divine deer's head in front of everyone, could he? Finally, Deputy Palace Master Lu came to his senses. He was furious. "You're crazy. Quickly accept the imparting. You don't want it, but we do. Can't you just give it to someone else after accepting the imparting technique?" The divine deer imparting techniques was an opportunity that hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. But Su Yu had his own difficulties. He was impersonating someone from the Palace of Light. Once he accepted the imparting technique, would he be able to leave? No matter what, the Palace of Light would make him stay and demand the imparting technique, exposing his identity. He might even end up like Xie Xiaoye, treated as a criminal and thrown into the mist forest. Hence, Su Yu firmly rejected the imparting technique. Finally, after a few rejections, the divine deer retracted the imparting technique in disappointment. But it still followed Su Yu closely, unwilling to leave. Deputy Palace Master Lu was furious. "Why don't you accept it?" he asked. It was rare that the divine deer wanted to impart techniques. Who knew when the next time would be? "I don't want it." Is this an acceptable answer? Su Yu said calmly. Let's return to the topic at hand. Deputy Palace Master Lu felt his heart bleed. It was as if he had accidentally missed out on billions of Dao coins. She looked at the divine deer with a pained expression. First place in the deer race. Human. Second place, Shen Hua. Third place, Kong Chu. The rest are tied for fourth place. First place indeed. Su Yu's face was filled with tears. He only wanted to be second place. Why was it so difficult? Mu, the divine deer, ran over and rubbed against Su Yu's calf. Su Yu was furious. He raised his leg and kicked the divine deer, sending it tumbling to the ground. Wasn't this the fault of the divine deer? He didn't come out earlier or later, he just had to come out at the last moment. Insolence. Suddenly, several powerful auras, far stronger than those of the masters, descended, oppressing Su Yu. Swish, 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 several grey-robed elders appeared, glaring at Su Yu. How dare he treat the divine beast of the Palace of Light like this? Moo, but the divine deer turned around and stood in front of Su Yu, hinting that the elders should not bully Su Yu. Without a doubt, those elders were the ones who had been protecting the divine deer in secret. Seeing that the divine deer was being bullied, they had immediately appeared. In the end, the divine deer had sided with that person, leaving them with no place to vent their anger. The group of light envoys looked on with fury. There was no justice in this world. Everyone in the world wanted the divine deer's imparting technique, but it did not care. Su Yu had treated it so badly, but it had taken the initiative to stick to him. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Vice Palace Master Lu was also full of resentment. He took out the prizes and handed them out to Su Yu and the other two. Looking at the 100 million Dao coins and a portion of absolute beginning energy, Su Yu was disheartened. He had worked for nothing. Goodbye. Displeased, he left with Xie Xiaoye. Wait. Vice Palace Master Lu stopped him. Please stay and cooperate with the Palace of Light. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. What is it? Vice Palace Master Lu looked at the divine deer. Please contact the divine deer again and accept its imparting technique. The few elders who were taking care of the light divine deer also looked at Su Yu fervently. Perhaps feeling that his tone was too harsh, Vice Palace Master Lu's expression softened. Don't worry, after this is done, I guarantee that you will receive an unimaginable reward. As a member of the Palace of Light, he indeed had the right to say such words. But Su Yu understood that if he agreed, he would never be able to leave the Palace of Light. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, a pitiful squeal came from the entrance of the fog forest. At that moment, everyone's gaze was drawn over. The Beast Slave King was leading a group of injured beasts as they charged out from the entrance. One of his hands was gripping someone's neck. It was Starfall. His other hand was holding a bone sword, which he pierced into Starfall's thigh. Starfall screamed in agony. Vice Palace Master, save me. Starfall saw that Vice Palace Master Lu and the others were outside and saw hope. Vice Palace Master Lu narrowed his eyes. Sinner, let go of the Light Envoy. Otherwise, you will die even faster. The Beast Slave King snorted. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If you don't want him to die, prepare a fast ship for us. Otherwise, even if I die, he won't have an easy time. However, both Vice Palace Master Lu and the few old men remained unmoved. Instead, they stared at the Beast Slave King with pity. Before the start of the martial arts contest, the Great Palace Master had warned them that it would be more dangerous this time around. Moreover, Starfall's ranking among the Light Envoys was not high. There was a high chance that he would not be able to become an 8-star civilization. His value was not enough for the Palace of Light to compromise with a criminal. Get ready. Vice Palace Master Lu raised his hand and released an extremely dangerous domain. The elders surrounded him expressionlessly. They did not care about Starfall's life at all. Starfall's heart fell back into the dark abyss. Vice Palace Master Lu, you can't do this. I don't want to die. Vice Palace Master Lu said indifferently, Starfall, the duty of the Light Envoy is to contribute to the Palace of Light. Go in peace. The Palace of Light will take good care of your family. With that, Vice Palace Master Lu attacked without hesitation, killing Starfall together with him. The Beast Slave King flew into a rage. The Light Envoy that he had painstakingly captured turned out to be useless trash. He used his hand as a shield and threw him out. Starfall only had time to curse before she was obliterated in both body and soul. The Beast Slave King roared, and the beast diagrams on his body started to roar. The injured savage beasts that he brought along with him exploded one after another. Countless strands of blood splashed out and weaved into a giant net, instantly sealing the space within a radius of 100 miles. The Beast Slave King did not place all his hopes on the Light Envoy. He had a backup plan. This blood formation could suppress them for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Although it was not enough to escape from the Palace of Light, it could still temporarily escape from this place. Damn it! This is the formation of the ancient giant clan. The Beast Slave King is a descendant of the ancient giant clan. An elder recognized the formation and was shocked and scared. Hurry up, we can't let him escape. Otherwise, if he finds his companions, the Palace of Light will be in danger. Several people worked together and finally broke the formation. Just as they were about to give chase, Vice Palace Master Lu noticed that one person was missing. Damn it, that human also took the opportunity to escape. Split into two, chase. Vice Palace Master Lu was furious. They had really suffered a double loss. Chapter 2306. They had lost a light emissary, and at the same time, Su Yu and the descendant of the ancient giant clan had escaped. Then why did the human run? The elders were astonished. If ordinary people knew that the Palace of Light was going to put them in an important position, wouldn't they go crazy with their wisdom? With these words, Deputy Palace Leader Lu began to suspect, speaking of which, this person has never shown his true appearance. Could it be that he is not someone of my light palace? Men, bring me his token to enter the martial path heavenly palace. Soon, someone brought the token over. There was a Wang word on it, indicating that he was a member of the Wang clan. Wait, I recognize this token's aura. It's Wang Jiuyang's. Zheng Yuan immediately recognized it and exclaimed. Wang Jiuyang had a good relationship with Zheng Yuan. They often trained together, and he had seen his identity token many times. He naturally recognized it at a glance. Wang Jiuyang's? Vice Palace Master Lu's face was filled with anger. Wang Jiuyang had already been killed. Why would he come to participate in the martial arts championship with his face covered? According to the bounty at the border, the murderer is most likely a silver-haired human from the Nightless Kingdom. Another insider provided a clue. Silver hair, human race? Isn't that Su Yu? Instantly, the crowd became excited. Not only did he kill their envoy of light, he even pretended to be a member of the Radiant Palace and swaggered into a top-notch gathering. Not only that, but he had also single-handedly defeated all the Heaven's Pridelings of the Palace of Light, causing the emissary of light to suffer an indelible humiliation. What was even more outrageous was that he had obtained first place in the martial arts competition. If word got out that the first place of the Palace of Light was taken by an outsider, and that outsider had even received the teachings of the Light Divine Deer, the Palace of Light would become the laughingstock of the world. A thick sense of humiliation lingered in everyone's heart. It must not have been arranged by the Yi Kingdom. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. This is intolerable bullying. Let's kill our way back. Tens of thousands of martial artists unleashed their wrath. Vice Palace Master Lu was infuriated and felt deeply humiliated. However, she was still relatively calm. She said in a deep voice, "It's going to be a grand meeting soon. It's not a good time to go to war with the Nightless Kingdom. The most important thing now is to capture the silver-haired human who escaped." After placating the crowd, Vice Palace Master Lu personally led a group of people to hunt down Su Yu. The other elders chased after Starfall. The group of experts split into two groups and quickly launched their pursuit. Su Yu took advantage of the chaos to escape with Xie Xiaoye. After arriving at a safe area, he split up with Xie Xiaoye and agreed to meet at the border of the Nightless Empire. At the moment, Su Yu was too big of a target. If Xie Xiaoye followed him, it would be even more dangerous. He sped towards the border alone, not even hesitating to use his space domain to jump through space. However, a pair of gigantic wings was still hot on his tail. It was so fast that it wasn't any slower than spatial jumps. Su Yu furrowed his brows, stopped in his tracks, and stared at the newcomer. Whoosh! The newcomer was obviously Xian Hua. She folded her wings and descended like a white cloud, landing 10,000 feet away from Su Yu. A cold intent lingered in Su Yu's eyes. If Xian Hua continued to follow him and provide his location to the Bright Light Palace at any time, it would be bad. He had no choice but to capture Xian Hua first. "If I have bad intentions, you won't be able to leave the Holy City of Light," Xian Hua said calmly. She retracted her aura and didn't intend to attack. Indeed, Xian Hua was one of the few people who noticed Su Yu's escape. If she had warned Deputy Palace Master Lu and the others, it would have been difficult for Su Yu to escape. "So, is Envoy Xian Hua here to teach me?" Su Yu couldn't understand Xian Hua's intentions. Xian Hua didn't say a word. She took out a reward, which was the reward for the second place. "I think you might need these rewards," Xian Hua said. Others might not know, but Xian Hua could tell that Su Yu was trying his best to become the second place. Her goal was obviously the reward for the second place, the antler of the divine light deer. "You need the reward for the second place, and I need the reward for the first place. Maybe we can exchange." Xian Hua stated a condition that Su Yu couldn't refuse. Without hesitation, Su Yu took out 100 million Dao coins and a portion of absolute beginning energy and threw them over. Xian Hua's face lit up, and she threw the antler of the divine light deer over as well. The exchange was a success. Su Yu felt strange. He had never expected the antler of the divine light deer to fall into his hands in such a way. "Thanks," Su Yu said. He could tell that Xian Hua didn't want the reward for the first place. Her real motive was to help him. "Thank you, although it's a bit late." Xian Hua also expressed her gratitude. Without Su Yu saving her from the hands of the beast slave king, the outcome would have been unimaginable. So, she had actually come all the way to thank him. "Same to you. Then, I'll take my leave." Su Yu prepared to leave. Xian Hua said calmly, "The borders have been sealed. Where do you think you're going?" Su Yu looked at Xian Hua, waiting for her to continue. "This is for you. You might be able to use it in the Tongshan Pass." Xian Hua took out a handkerchief. The handkerchief still had her faint body fragrance, and there was a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it. However, it wasn't an ordinary handkerchief. It was a treasure for identification. It was a faintly discernible Xian character that was floating between the two mandarin ducks. Xian Hua threw the handkerchief at Su Yu and left without looking back. Before she left, she said calmly, "If you get caught, don't tell anyone that you've seen me." "Of course." Su Yu smiled and grabbed the handkerchief. Half a month later, the entire Palace of Light was searching for Su Yu. There were patrolling soldiers holding Su Yu's portrait in every city and official road, searching everywhere. Su Yu had no choice but to set off from a remote route. He could have reached the Tongshan Pass in 7 or 8 days, but he spent half a month to reach it. Hiding outside the Tongshan Pass, Su Yu took out the handkerchief and pondered. Who should he give it to? Unexpectedly, he had just taken it out when the Xian character on the handkerchief shook rapidly. Then, a general in armor flew out from the Tongshan Pass. He looked around carefully, and with the Xian character on his palm, he slowly walked in Su Yu's direction. Su Yu's heart shook, and he stood up quietly. The general was shocked, staring at Su Yu suspiciously. "You're not from the Xian family, are you?" Su Yu walked out from the shadows, revealing his real face. The general was shocked. "It's you." Strangely, he didn't attack. Instead, he nodded. "My mistress has already informed me. Put this on and follow me." As he spoke, he took out a soldier's armor, which he had prepared beforehand, and asked Su Yu to put it on. The other party had prepared everything. Su Yu put it on, and turned into a soldier of the Palace of Light. Led by the general of the Xian family, he slowly walked into the Tongshan Pass. Inside the Tongshan Pass, there was a sizable military camp, and officers of various ranks were shuttling back and forth. But no one suspected Su Yu. A moment later, he successfully passed through the military camp and stood at the exit of the Tongshan Pass. The general of the Xian family pointed to a dense forest outside the pass. "There is a speedboat there, enough for you to quickly leave the border." Su Yu sighed inwardly. To be honest, Xian Hua wasn't very likable. Sometimes she was arrogant, and sometimes she was ruthless. But she had her own bright side. She knew how to repay kindness. There was no such thing as an eternal bad person, and there was no such thing as an absolute good person. "Thank you." Su Yu cupped his fists, and was about to leave when a speedboat suddenly flew over from outside the Tongshan Pass, brushing past Su Yu and Xian Hua. Su Yu didn't dare look at it directly, but glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Unexpectedly, this glance caused Su Yu's expression to change slightly. He actually saw Bai Yun Hongxian, the daughter of the #1 family in the 7 unique civilizations. If she was here, wouldn't that mean that the golden-eyed Langjun was nearby as well? But why would she rush over from the territory of the Nightless Empire? Who is that person? Su Yu asked. The general of the Xian family shook his head cautiously. "It has nothing to do with you. Don't ask too much. Leave quickly." Su Yu's heart was filled with suspicion, and he felt a little uneasy. The golden-eyed Langjun was an experienced schemer who was adept at setting up plots, and he was extremely ambitious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a bloodbath. With a slight sense of uneasiness, Su Yu quickly left for the agreed location, ready to meet up with Xie Xiaoye. But when Su Yu arrived, all that was left was the intense traces of a fight, and there was no sign of Xie Xiaoye. Oh no! Su Yu looked around. Xie Xiaoye had been reported by the golden-eyed Langjun, and she was already a wanted criminal in the Nightless Empire. If she was discovered by the people of the Nightless Empire, it was inevitable that they would arrest her. Wasn't her luck a little too bad? She could even meet people of the Nightless Empire at the border. Luckily, from the traces of a fight, Xie Xiaoye hadn't been captured alive. She must have escaped. After confirming the direction in which they had escaped, Su Yu quickly chased after them. Several hours later, he finally found them at the border of the Nightless Empire. Xie Xiaoye was currently surrounded by 5 figures. 2 of the figures were attacking her from all sides, while the other 3 were holding the line for her. Su Yu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5 of them. Wasn't the Nightless Empire a little too small? He had actually encountered them again. The man and woman in the middle were the 2 people Su Yu had met when he had first arrived at the Nightless Empire. Su Yu still remembered the woman's unruly behavior. Those 3 old men were the ones who had been secretly protecting her. In terms of cultivation, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Xie Xiaoye. But Xie Xiaoye was in a very bad state at the moment. Not only were there injuries all over her body, but she had also been placed with several seals. Her cultivation had been suppressed to the level of an ordinary pathmaster, and she couldn't even use the realm. Apart from having an advantage in terms of physique, she was at a disadvantage in every other aspect. Haha, this is interesting. Princess Chen Yu laughed heartily, enjoying the feeling of being crushed. The ordinary-looking man beside her complimented, "We are very lucky to have encountered a fugitive." Originally, they had prepared to come to the border to train and spy. But when they saw a sneaky woman crossing the border and entering the territory of the Nightless Empire, they mistook her for a spy from the Palace of Light and took the initiative to attack. Unexpectedly, the other party was the pirate leader who had escaped some time ago. The 2 of them were overjoyed.